Welcome, fellow wasteland wanderer, to a journey through one of the most fascinating and troubling chapters in pre-war American history. Tonight, we're going to explore the complete story of Vault-Tec Corporation, from its humble beginnings as a simple construction company to its transformation into the architect of humanity's survival and its unwitting tormentor. This is a tale of ambition and avarice, of noble intentions corrupted by darker purposes, of shelters that became prisons and experiments that outlasted their creators. So find yourself a comfortable position, adjust your pillows just right, and let the gentle hum of imaginary vault machinery lull you into relaxation. We'll traverse the decades together, walking through gleaming corporate boardrooms and shadowy government facilities, descending into the depths of vaults both wondrous and terrifying. There's no need to remember every detail, every date or name. Simply let the story wash over you like the recycled air of a life support system, steady and constant in the darkness. In the year 1925, America stands at the pinnacle of what historians would later call the Roaring Twenties. The nation pulses with jazz music and illegal speakeasies, with flappers dancing the Charleston, and businessmen making fortunes on Wall Street. It is into this world of boundless optimism and hidden darkness that the seeds of Vault-Tec are first planted, though none could imagine the bitter fruit they would eventually bear. The man who would become Vault-Tec's spiritual grandfather isn't thinking about nuclear war or underground shelters on this warm September evening in Los Angeles. Theodore Sinclair is a construction foreman, his hands calloused from years of honest work, his mind occupied with blueprints for the city's new flood control channels. As he sits on his porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple, he sketches improvements to underground construction techniques that will, decades later, influence the design of humanity's last refuges. Sinclair's innovations seem mundane at the time. Better ways to reinforce tunnel walls, more efficient ventilation systems for workers laboring underground, waterproofing techniques that could withstand the pressure of soil and time. He shares these ideas freely with his crew, never patenting them, never imagining their ultimate application. His notebooks, filled with careful diagrams and practical observations, will one day be studied by engineers tasked with preserving human life through nuclear holocaust. The economic collapse of 1929 changes everything. As the stock market crashes and the Great Depression grips the nation, construction projects dry up like Los Angeles rivers in summer. Sinclair finds himself among millions of unemployed Americans, his expertise suddenly worthless in a world that can barely afford bread, let alone ambitious infrastructure projects. But adversity breeds innovation, and Sinclair begins to see opportunity in the darkness. With a small group of fellow unemployed engineers and construction workers, Sinclair forms the Underground Construction Collective, not yet a company, barely even an organization, more a group of desperate men sharing skills and seeking any work that involves their specialized knowledge. They take jobs that others won't or can't, reinforcing bootleggers' tunnels, creating hidden basement spaces for those who can still afford privacy, even helping design improved mining facilities for the few operations still running. By 1932, the Underground Construction Collective has evolved into something more formal, the American Shelter Corporation, incorporated in the state of California, with Theodore Sinclair as its president and primary shareholder. The company's stated mission seems almost quaint by later standards: to provide secure underground spaces for commercial and private use, ensuring safety from natural disasters and social unrest. The early years are lean, with contracts few and far between. The company survives by diversifying, building wine cellars for the wealthy, storm shelters for Midwestern farmers plagued by dust storms, and secure vaults for banks still reeling from recent failures. Each project adds to their collective knowledge. Each challenge overcome becomes part of an expertise that will prove invaluable in darker days ahead. Competition emerges as the concept of underground construction gains recognition. The Eastern Seaboard Shelter Company, founded by former military engineers in Boston, brings a more systematic approach to shelter design. Their background in military fortification leads to innovations in blast resistance and structural redundancy that catch the attention of government procurement officers. The two companies maintain a professional rivalry that spurs innovation on both coasts. In the Midwest, Prairie Protection Systems focuses on tornado shelters, developing rapid construction techniques that can create secure underground spaces in the unstable soils of the Great Plains. Their work with prefabricated components and modular design philosophies will later influence the standardization of vault construction. Each company contributes pieces to a puzzle none of them can yet see forming. The federal government begins to take notice as international tensions rise in Europe and Asia. The War Department quietly contracts with various shelter companies to assess the feasibility of protecting critical infrastructure and personnel from aerial bombardment. These early studies, classified for decades, lay the groundwork for the massive public works projects that will define the atomic age. 1939 brings war to Europe and new urgency to American preparedness efforts. Theodore Sinclair, now in his 50s and recognized as one of the nation's foremost experts on underground construction, receives a visit from men in dark suits who speak in careful, measured tones about national security and the need for absolute discretion. They offer him a contract that will transform his modest company into something far greater and far more terrible. The initial government contracts are for feasibility studies. Can underground facilities be constructed that would protect against the new weapons being developed in secret laboratories? Can life support systems maintain breathable atmosphere for extended periods? Can psychological stability be maintained in enclosed populations? Sinclair throws himself into this work with the same dedication he once applied to flood channels, never questioning the implications of success. As America enters the war following Pearl Harbor, the shelter companies find themselves drafted into the war effort. They design and build underground command centers, protected communication nodes, and secure storage facilities for the military. Each project pushes the boundaries of what's possible. Each success leads to more ambitious requests. The technology advances at breakneck pace, driven by unlimited government funding and the urgency of global conflict. It's during this period that the first formal merger discussions begin. The War Department, frustrated by coordinating between multiple contractors with overlapping specialties, pushes for consolidation. Sinclair, ever practical, sees the wisdom in pooling resources and expertise. Through a series of negotiations conducted in windowless conference rooms, the various shelter companies agree to merge their operations under a new banner, Vault Construction Enterprises, soon shortened to Vault-Tec. The new company's first major project under the unified banner is the creation of a prototype shelter beneath the Nevada desert. Designated Project Safe House, this facility is meant to test every aspect of long-term underground habitation. The construction takes 2 years and consumes resources that could have built a small city. When complete, it stands as proof that humanity can indeed survive beneath the earth. though at what cost remains uncalculated. With the merger complete and government contracts flowing like water from a burst dam, Vault-Tec requires formal leadership structures that can manage its rapid growth. Theodore Sinclair, despite his technical brilliance, recognizes his limitations as an administrator. In a decision that will echo through history, he recruits Stanislaw Braun, a young industrial psychologist whose theories about controlled environments have attracted military attention. Braun brings a different perspective to Vault-Tec's mission. Where Sinclair sees engineering challenges to be overcome, Braun sees opportunities to study human behavior under extreme conditions. His early memos, preserved in corporate archives that survived the war, speak of shelters not just as protective spaces, but as laboratories for understanding the limits and potential of human adaptation. The board of directors, dazzled by his vision and vocabulary, approve his appointment as director of sociological research. The corporate structure that emerges reflects both the company's government connections and its unique mission. The board includes retired military officers who ensure compliance with Defense Department requirements, scientists who push for ever more ambitious projects, and financial experts who somehow make the numbers work despite cost overruns that would bankrupt normal companies. At the center sits Sinclair, aging but still sharp, trying to balance competing visions while maintaining focus on the original mission of protection. Regional offices open across the country, each headed by executives who bring their own interpretations to Vault-Tec's mission. The Boston office, influenced by nearby universities, emphasizes research and development. The Los Angeles branch focuses on construction efficiency and cost reduction. The Washington, D.C. headquarters concentrates on government relations and contract acquisition. This distributed structure creates innovation, but also allows dangerous ideas to flourish in isolation. As the atomic age dawns with the explosions over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Vault-Tec's leadership realizes their moment has truly arrived. The theoretical becomes horrifyingly practical as the world glimpses the devastation atomic weapons can wreak. Emergency board meetings convene to discuss rapid expansion plans. Marketing departments that had struggled to make underground living appealing suddenly find their services in desperate demand. The late 1940s see Vault-Tec transitioning from wartime contractor to atomic age innovator. With nuclear weapons now a reality rather than theoretical possibility, the design parameters for protective shelters change dramatically. The simple, reinforced concrete structures that could withstand conventional bombing prove woefully inadequate against the heat, blast, and radiation of atomic explosions. The first experimental atomic shelter, designated Vault-Zero, is constructed in absolute secrecy beneath the Mojave Desert. Unlike the utilitarian military bunkers of the war years, Vault-Zero incorporates lessons learned from submarine design, spacecraft proposals, and even prison architecture. Every system has backups, every backup has redundancies. The life support systems alone occupy 3 levels, a mechanical symphony of pipes, filters, and recyclers that can theoretically sustain life indefinitely. Testing begins with volunteers from Vault-Tec's own workforce, engineers and construction workers who agree to spend increasing periods underground to evaluate the shelter's systems. The first week-long test proceeds smoothly, with participants reporting only minor discomfort from the recycled air and artificial lighting. The month-long test reveals more serious issues: psychological strain from confinement, social tensions in close quarters, and unexpected system failures that would have proven fatal in a real emergency. Stanislaw Braun, takes particular interest in the psychological data gathered from these tests. His reports note fascinating changes in group dynamics, individual behavior patterns, and stress responses that vary wildly between test subjects. He begins to advocate for more extensive testing, longer durations, and larger population samples. His proposals, initially rejected as unnecessarily cruel, gradually gain support as international tensions increase and the need for perfected shelter designs becomes urgent. The technical innovations developed during this period lay the groundwork for all future vault construction. The iconic gear-shaped doors, designed to withstand direct nuclear blasts while maintaining perfect seals, emerge from dozens of failed prototypes. The modular construction system that allows vaults to be customized for different purposes while maintaining standardized components revolutionizes underground architecture. Most importantly, the fusion reactors that will power vaults for centuries are perfected through painstaking trial and error. As the 1950s dawn, the relationship between Vault-Tec and the federal government evolves from simple contractor-client to something far more complex and intertwined. The Atomic Energy Commission, flush with funding and paranoid about Soviet capabilities, sees Vault-Tec as essential to national survival. What begins as procurement contracts transforms into a partnership that blurs the lines between public and private interests. The first public acknowledgement of this partnership comes with the announcement of the National Shelter Program in 1951. President Edwards, speaking from the Oval Office, tells the American people that their government is taking steps to ensure survival in the atomic age. Behind him stands Theodore Sinclair, now white-haired and stooped, but still commanding respect, representing the private sector's contribution to national defense. Under this program, Vault-Tec receives unprecedented authority to requisition materials, claim land through eminent domain, and classify their activities under national security provisions. In exchange, they commit to building a network of public shelters that can protect a significant portion of the American population. The numbers discussed in classified meetings are staggering. Thousands of vaults, each capable of housing hundreds or thousands of people, constructed over the coming decades. The financial arrangements defy conventional understanding. Vault-Tec receives government funding for construction, but retains ownership of the facilities. They can sell space in vaults to private citizens while guaranteeing certain allocations for government personnel. This hybrid model creates perverse incentives. The more fearful the public becomes of nuclear war, the more profitable Vault-Tec's operations. Marketing departments struggle with the ethical implications of selling safety from horrors they help publicize. Regional partnerships emerge as state and local governments seek their own shelter solutions. California commits billions to ensure every major city has vault access. New York undertakes the ambitious project of constructing vaults beneath Manhattan's bedrock. Texas, ever independent, insists on vaults designed to its own specifications. Each partnership adds complexity to Vault-Tec's operations while expanding their influence into every corner of American life. The year 2031 marks a pivotal transformation in Vault-Tec's history. What had grown organically from Theodore Sinclair's Depression-era collective into a government contractor now formally incorporates as Vault-Tec Industries, a Delaware corporation with subsidiaries spanning the continent. The old man himself, now in his final years, signs the incorporation papers with a trembling hand, perhaps sensing that his creation has grown beyond his control or understanding. The corporate structure that emerges resembles nothing so much as a sovereign state within a state. Vault-Tec Industries serves as the parent company, beneath which operate dozens of specialized divisions. Vault-Tec Construction handles the physical building. Vault-Tec Life Support manages the complex systems that sustain underground life. Vault-Tec Psychological Services oversees the increasingly important human factors. And most secretively, Vault-Tec Special Projects pursues classified research whose full scope is known only to a select few. The company's rapid expansion requires massive capital investments that dwarf anything in corporate history. Initial public offerings are oversubscribed within hours, as investors recognize the guaranteed government contracts ensure profitability. The stock price soars, creating overnight millionaires among early employees who had accepted equity in lieu of higher salaries. This wealth disparity within the company creates its own tensions, as idealistic engineers work alongside executives focused solely on quarterly earnings. Corporate culture evolves to reflect the unique nature of Vault-Tec's mission. New employees undergo extensive background checks and psychological evaluations before being cleared for even basic positions. Those who advance find themselves gradually inducted into deeper levels of secrecy, each promotion requiring new security oaths and acceptance of monitoring that would be unthinkable in other companies. The joke among employees becomes, you don't retire from Vault-Tec, you just transfer to a deeper level. Recruitment efforts target the best minds from universities, military services, and competing corporations. Vault-Tec's campus-style headquarters complexes offer amenities that surpass those of small cities: restaurants, recreational facilities, even schools for employees' children. The message is clear. Once you join Vault-Tec, there's no need to leave. This insular culture breeds innovation, but also allows disturbing ideas to flourish unchallenged by outside perspectives. Understanding Vault-Tec's trajectory requires examining the individuals who shaped its early decades. Beyond Theodore Sinclair's engineering vision and Stanislaw Braun's psychological theories, a cast of brilliant and deeply flawed individuals guide the company toward its dark destiny. Dr. Ellen Harding joins Vault-Tec in 2033, bringing expertise in closed system biology from her work on proposed lunar colonies. A brilliant scientist with a troubling lack of ethical constraints, she views Vault populations as test subjects for theories about genetic adaptation and controlled evolution. Her early proposals for directed selection protocols are rejected as too extreme, only to be quietly revisited as the company's moral boundaries erode. Colonel Marcus Webb, retired from the Army Corps of Engineers, oversees Vault-Tec's construction operations with military precision. His insistence on standardization and efficiency transforms Vault construction from custom projects to assembly line production. But his military background also introduces a callous attitude toward acceptable losses. In his view, if 90% of Vault dwellers survive, the project succeeds, regardless of the 10% who perish. The financial genius behind Vault-Tec's expansion is Rebecca Morrison, a former Federal Reserve economist who understands how to navigate the Byzantine world of government funding. She structures deals that ensure Vault-Tec profits regardless of whether vaults are ever used, creating financial instruments so complex that regulators struggle to understand them. Her motto, "Fear is the most renewable resource," becomes unofficial company policy. Perhaps most influential is Dr. Kenneth Fiedler, head of Vault-Tec's Special Projects. A polymath with degrees in physics, psychology, and philosophy, Fiedler sees the Vault program as an opportunity to conduct experiments impossible under normal ethical constraints. His classified memoranda speak of using isolated vault populations to test theories about social organization, genetic modification, and human potential. Under his influence, vaults transform from shelters into laboratories. These individuals, and dozens of others, form a corporate leadership that combines brilliance with moral flexibility. They meet in boardrooms decorated with maps showing vault locations spreading across America like a vast underground nervous system. They speak in euphemisms about population management and social optimization, while making decisions that will affect millions of lives. Most convince themselves they serve a greater good, that extreme measures are justified by extreme threats. The transformation of global politics in the 2030s brings new urgency to Vault-Tec's government partnerships. As the resource wars begin and international tensions escalate beyond anything seen in the 20th century, the Department of Defense views comprehensive shelter programs not as insurance, but as military necessity. The contracts that flow from this realization dwarf all previous agreements. Project Safehouse, publicly announced in 2034, represents the first massive federal commitment to vault construction. The initial contract, worth $40 billion, calls for the construction of 122 vaults across the continental United States. Each vault must meet specific requirements: protection from direct nuclear strikes, self-sufficiency for minimum 10-year periods, and capacity for at least 1,000 residents. The technical challenges alone would break most companies, but Vault-Tec has been preparing for this moment for decades. Behind the public face of Project Safehouse lurk classified annexes that fundamentally alter the program's nature. Deep within Pentagon basements, a select group of military officials and Vault-Tec executives plan secondary purposes for many vaults. They speak in careful language about controlled sociological environments and human factor optimization studies. The contracts include provisions for experimental protocols, whose details remain locked in safes within safes. The military's involvement introduces new design requirements that push Vault-Tec's engineering capabilities. Vaults must now include command centers capable of maintaining government continuity, armories stocked with weapons for post-war reclamation, and communication systems that can survive electromagnetic pulses. Some vaults are designated as military assets first, and civilian shelters second, their true purposes hidden from the populations they will supposedly protect. Construction begins on priority vaults near major military installations and government facilities. Vault 7, beneath what remains of Washington, D.C., becomes a massive underground complex capable of housing the entire federal government. Vault 12, in California, incorporates advanced research facilities that mirror those of national laboratories. Each serves dual purposes: protection and continuation of American power structures in ways the public never suspects. The money flowing from these contracts transforms Vault-Tec from a large corporation into an economic powerhouse. They purchase entire mining operations to secure raw materials, establish their own transportation networks to move supplies, and create company towns where workers live entirely within the Vault-Tec ecosystem. The joke that Vault-Tec has become its own nation becomes less humorous as their influence grows. The technical evolution of vault construction during this period represents perhaps humanity's greatest engineering achievement. Though one born from its darkest impulses, each advancement in nuclear weapon yield requires corresponding improvements in protective technology, creating an arms race between destruction and preservation that pushes science to its limits. The breakthrough in blast door technology comes from an unlikely source: a junior engineer named Patricia Chen, who applies principles from earthquake-resistant architecture to the problem of nuclear shockwaves. Her design, featuring nested gear mechanisms that actually strengthen under pressure, becomes the iconic image of vault entrances. The doors, weighing several tons each, can withstand pressures that would liquefy conventional barriers while maintaining perfect atmospheric seals. Life support systems evolve from simple air recycling to complex ecological management. Vault-Tec's bioscience division develops closed-loop systems where every waste product becomes resource for another process. Human waste fertilizes hydroponic gardens, plant respiration provides oxygen, and even deceased residents are processed into useful compounds. The efficiency is admirable, the implications disturbing, as humans become just another component in the Vault ecosystem. The psychological aspects of Vault design receive increasing attention as early tests reveal the mental strain of prolonged underground habitation. Artificial sky projections, precisely calibrated lighting that mimics natural day cycles, and subtle environmental variations help maintain sanity. But some designers, influenced by Stanislaw Braun's theories, deliberately introduce stress factors to study human adaptation. These features are built into Vault infrastructure, invisible until activated. Power generation represents the ultimate challenge. Conventional generators require fuel that would eventually run out. Solar panels remain vulnerable to surface destruction, and batteries have limited lifespans. The solution comes in the form of miniaturized fusion reactors, each capable of running for centuries on small amounts of deuterium. The technology, derived from classified military research, gives vaults true independence from the surface world. Perhaps most remarkably, all these technologies must work together seamlessly, maintained by populations who may have no technical training. Vault-Tec develops automated systems with multiple redundancies, self-diagnostic capabilities, and interfaces simple enough for children to operate. They create technical manuals written at elementary reading levels and training programs that turn ordinary citizens into capable technicians. The vaults become triumphs of both engineering and social design. Despite Vault-Tec's dominance in the shelter industry, competition emerges from unexpected quarters as the nuclear threat becomes impossible to ignore. Small regional companies, defense contractors diversifying their portfolios, and even foreign corporations attempt to claim pieces of the lucrative shelter market. This competition, while ultimately futile, drives innovation and reveals the depths to which Vault-Tec will sink to maintain monopoly. Atomic Shelters Incorporated, founded by former Vault-Tec engineers, promises faster construction at lower costs by eliminating unnecessary safety redundancies. Their stripped-down vault designs appeal to communities unable to afford Vault-Tec's premium products. The company gains traction in rural markets before a series of accidental structural failures during testing destroy confidence in their designs. Vault-Tec publicly expresses sympathy while privately celebrating the elimination of a rival. More serious competition comes from Defense Co., a major military contractor that leverages existing government relationships to bid on shelter contracts. Their proposals emphasize military applications and integration with defense networks, appealing to Pentagon planners who view Vault-Tec as too focused on civilian concerns. The competition becomes fierce, with both companies engaging in corporate espionage and sabotage that would shame ordinary businesses. The resolution comes through backroom deals that partition the market while maintaining the facade of competition. Defense Co. receives contracts for purely military installations, missile silos, command bunkers, and strategic reserves. Vault-Tec retains the civilian shelter market and, crucially, the experimental programs that interest their research divisions. Both companies profit, while the public believes competitive bidding ensures fair prices. International competition proves easier to eliminate through political means. Foreign shelter companies find themselves blocked by national security regulations, their technologies declared too sensitive for non-American firms. When European consortiums attempt to enter the market, Congress passes legislation requiring all shelter contractors to be wholly American-owned. Vault-Tec's lobbying efforts, backed by campaign contributions that dwarf those of other industries, ensure protective legislation passes with bipartisan support. By 2040, Vault-Tec has achieved effective monopoly over the American shelter industry. Remaining competitors exist only in specialized niches or as subcontractors to Vault-Tec itself. The company's market dominance allows them to set prices, control technological development, and most ominously, determine who deserves protection from nuclear annihilation. They have become gatekeepers of survival itself. The fusion of Vault-Tec's interests with those of the American government accelerates through sophisticated lobbying efforts that redefine corporate influence in politics. By the 2040s, distinguishing between Vault-Tec policy and government policy becomes increasingly difficult as personnel rotate between corporate boardrooms and regulatory agencies with dizzying frequency. The company's Washington office occupies an entire city block, its brutalist architecture designed to impress and intimidate. Within its walls, an army of lobbyists, former congressmen, and retired generals work to ensure every piece of legislation considers Vault-Tec's interests. They draft bills that congressional sponsors present verbatim, write regulations that agencies adopt without modification, and shape public policy to create demand for their products. Campaign contributions flow like water to candidates of both parties, ensuring that regardless of election outcomes, Vault-Tec maintains influence. They fund think tanks that produce studies confirming the need for expanded shelter programs. They sponsor academic conferences where papers conveniently support their technological approaches. They even establish a news network, the Vault-Tec broadcasting system, that shapes public perception of nuclear threats and shelter necessity. The revolving door between government and Vault-Tec spins ever faster. The Secretary of Defense retires to become Vault-Tec's Executive Vice President of Government Relations. Vault-Tec's Chief Technology Officer takes a sabbatical to serve as the President's Science Advisor. Regional administrators leave the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to oversee Vault construction in the same territories they once regulated. Conflicts of interest become so common they cease to be scandalous. This political influence extends beyond mere business advantage to shape fundamental policy. Vault-Tec executives participate in classified strategic planning sessions, their input affecting nuclear doctrine and civil defense strategies. They help draft continuity of government plans that ensure their vaults play central roles in post-war reconstruction. Some whisper that Vault-Tec knows not just how to survive nuclear war, but when it will occur, whispers that prove disturbingly prescient. As the 2040s progress, Vault-Tec's vision for their facilities undergoes a fundamental transformation that reflects both technological capabilities and ideological evolution. What began as underground shelters to preserve human life becomes something far more ambitious, attempts to create entire societies that can endure indefinitely in isolation. The shift begins with practical considerations. Early vault designs assumed relatively short occupancy periods, months or at most a few years, until radiation decreased to safe levels. But advancing weapons technology and escalating international tensions force recognition that surface conditions might remain lethal for decades or even centuries. Vaults must transform from temporary refuges to permanent homes for multiple generations. This realization drives innovations in every aspect of vault design. Educational systems must transmit not just basic knowledge, but entire cultural heritages to children who may never see the sky. Medical facilities need capabilities for everything from routine births to complex surgeries, all without hope of outside assistance. Food production moves beyond basic hydroponics to complete agricultural ecosystems, capable of providing dietary variety and psychological comfort. Social engineering becomes as important as physical engineering. Vault-Tec sociologists develop frameworks for governance, conflict resolution, and maintaining social cohesion in confined populations. They study submarine crews, Arctic research stations, and prison populations to understand how humans adapt to isolation. Some of their solutions seem benign: recreational programs, hobby workshops, community celebrations. Others venture into darker territory: behavior modification, chemical mood regulation, and social structures designed to minimize dissent. The culmination of this shift appears in the Vault-Tec Standardized Operating Procedures, a massive document that governs every aspect of Vault life. It prescribes daily schedules, work assignments, reproductive policies, and even approved entertainment. Vaults cease to be merely shelters and become total institutions that shape every moment of their inhabitants' existence. The procedures are presented as guidelines for survival, but they read more like blueprints for controlled societies. This transformation doesn't occur without internal resistance. Some Vault-Tec employees, particularly those who remember Theodore Sinclair's original vision, object to the increasing authoritarianism built into Vault designs. They argue for preserving human freedom, even in confinement, for trusting Vault populations to develop their own solutions. These voices are gradually marginalized, transferred to less influential positions, or bought out with generous severance packages. By 2050, Vault-Tec's vision has crystallized. They will not merely save humanity, but reshape it. The year 2050 marks the beginning of what historians will later call the Resource Wars, though those living through the period simply experience it as a gradual tightening of life's possibilities. Oil wells run dry with increasing frequency, their mechanical pumps drawing up sand instead of black gold. Food prices soar as agricultural regions fail from overuse and climate disruption. Water, once taken for granted, becomes a commodity worth fighting over. For most Americans, these changes bring hardship and uncertainty. For Vault-Tec, they bring unprecedented opportunity. The European Commonwealth's desperate invasion of the Middle East in 2052 sends shockwaves through global markets. As images of burning oil fields fill television screens, Vault-Tec's stock price climbs to record heights. Fear drives sales in a way no marketing campaign ever could. Families that had dismissed Vault space as paranoid luxury now desperately seek protection from a world spinning toward chaos. Vault-Tec's sales offices, once quiet showrooms, become scenes of near riot as crowds demand spaces in vaults not yet built. Within Vault-Tec's boardrooms, executives speak in measured tones about market conditions and demand fulfillment. But their eyes gleam with the knowledge that every international crisis adds billions to their bottom line. They commissioned studies showing how resource depletion will inevitably lead to nuclear exchange, then leak these studies to journalists who spread panic among the population. The marketing department's new slogan, "Tomorrow's protection today," carries an implicit threat. Tomorrow may be too late. The company's strategic planning division creates detailed projections of resource depletion rates, international tension indices, and probability matrices for nuclear conflict. These documents, classified beyond top secret, suggest specific dates when vault construction must accelerate to meet projected demand. Some executives joke darkly that they could trigger nuclear war simply by announcing construction delays. So tightly have fear and Vault-Tec become intertwined in the public mind. Government contracts multiply as military planners recognize that resource wars will escalate beyond conventional conflict. The Department of Defense orders entire networks of vaults designed not for civilian protection, but for military continuity. These defense vaults incorporate command centers, weapons laboratories, and training facilities that can maintain American military superiority even after nuclear exchange. Vault-Tec gladly accepts these contracts, each one further cementing their position as indispensable to national survival. The resource wars also drive technological innovation within Vault-Tec. Scarcity of materials forces development of new construction techniques using synthetic substitutes and recycled components. Energy shortages accelerate fusion reactor development, making vaults truly independent of failing power grids. Food insecurity pushes advancement in artificial nutrition and protein synthesis. Every crisis becomes a catalyst for discoveries that make vaults more self-sufficient and their inhabitants more isolated from the failing world above. The Sino-American War's outbreak in 2066 transforms Vault-Tec from a very successful corporation into something approaching a parallel state. As American forces clash with Chinese troops over the last remaining oil reserves, Congress passes the Emergency Shelter Authorization Act, with funding levels that boggle even jaded Washington observers. The initial appropriation of $500 billion represents merely the down payment on a program that will consume trillions before its completion. This torrential flow of money fundamentally alters Vault-Tec's operations. Where once they carefully planned each vault's location based on demographic studies and geological surveys, now they build wherever flat ground and bedrock coincide. Construction crews work in shifts around the clock. Their machineries rumble, becoming the constant soundtrack of American life. In some regions, Vault-Tec employs more workers than all other industries combined, creating boom towns that exist solely to build humanity's tombs. The funding comes with strings attached. Though these prove more enabling than restrictive, military observers embed with construction crews, not to limit Vault-Tec's operations, but to ensure defense priorities are incorporated. Intelligence agencies share classified assessments of likely nuclear targets, allowing Vault-Tec to position vaults for maximum survival probability. Most significantly, the government grants Vault-Tec authority to classify their operations beyond normal corporate secrecy, creating legal shields that protect even the most questionable activities. Financial oversight, theoretically strict given the sums involved, becomes laughably permissive in practice. Congressional committees tasked with monitoring Vault-Tec spending find themselves briefed in secure facilities where recording devices are forbidden and notes are collected and destroyed after meetings. Auditors attempting to trace money flows discover labyrinthine corporate structures where funds disappear into special projects whose nature remains forever obscured. The few legislators who persist in demanding accountability find their own districts mysteriously deprioritized for vault construction. This unlimited funding enables Vault-Tec to pursue projects that would be impossible under normal circumstances. Entire mountains are hollowed out to create vast vault complexes. Underwater facilities are constructed on continental shelves, accessible only by submarine. Arctic vaults are built in permafrost, their fusion reactors turning ice into livable habitat. No location is too remote, no design too ambitious, no experiment too extreme when cost is no longer a consideration. The psychological effect of such wealth proves as significant as its practical applications. Vault-Tec employees, from executives to entry-level engineers, develop a sense of invincibility born from unlimited resources. They cease to think in terms of budgets or constraints, focusing instead on what is theoretically possible. This mentality, liberating in some ways, also removes the natural caution that financial limitations impose. When everything is affordable, nothing seems too dangerous to attempt. With effectively unlimited funding secured, Vault-Tec's research and development divisions embark on the most ambitious engineering program in human history. The goal seems straightforward: create standardized vault systems that can be rapidly deployed while maintaining flexibility for different environments and purposes. The reality proves far more complex, as each solution creates new problems requiring innovative approaches. The Vault-Tec Unified Operating System, or VTOS, represents the first attempt at creating a standardized control interface for all vault systems. Previous vaults each used custom-designed controls, requiring specialized training for maintenance and operation. VTOS promises to unify these disparate systems under a single, intuitive interface that any vault dweller can master. The development process takes 3 years and involves hundreds of programmers working in isolated teams to maintain security. Testing of VTOS reveals both its strengths and terrifying weaknesses. The system works flawlessly under normal conditions, managing everything from air recycling to food distribution with minimal human intervention. But edge cases, power fluctuations, component failures, or unexpected user inputs can cause cascading errors that threaten entire vault populations. The decision to proceed with implementation, despite these known flaws, reflects Vault-Tec's increasing willingness to accept casualties as statistical inevitabilities. Modular construction techniques revolutionize how quickly vaults can be built. Instead of custom fabricating each component on site, Vault-Tec develops standardized sections that can be manufactured in factories and assembled like enormous 3-dimensional puzzles. Living quarters, command centers, medical bays, and recreational areas all follow standard dimensions that allow infinite configurations while maintaining compatibility. A vault can now be constructed in months rather than years, though quality sometimes suffers in the rush to meet quotas. The GEC Garden of Eden Creation Kit emerges from this period as perhaps Vault-Tec's most optimistic innovation. Designed to terraform post-war environments into habitable spaces, the GEC combines atmospheric processors, soil supplements, and seed banks with fusion power sources. In theory, vault dwellers emerging after nuclear winter could use these devices to restart civilization. In practice, most GEC units are diverted to experimental vaults where they serve darker purposes, their life-giving potential perverted into tools for social manipulation. Standardization extends beyond hardware to human systems. Vault-Tec develops training programs that can turn anyone into a functional vault technician. educational curricula that preserve essential knowledge while promoting compliance, and social structures that maintain order in confined populations. These soft technologies prove as important as fusion reactors and water recyclers in ensuring Vault survival, though they also enable the control mechanisms that transform shelters into prisons. October 2064 brings the public unveiling of Project Safehouse, Vault-Tec's grand vision for preserving American civilization through nuclear apocalypse. The announcement, staged with theatrical precision at the National Archives in Washington, D.C., presents Vault construction not as corporate profiteering, but as patriotic duty. Against the backdrop of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence, Vault-Tec executives promise nothing less than the preservation of American values through atomic fire. The public face of Project Safehouse radiates optimistic determination. Promotional materials feature smiling families entering gleaming vault doors, children playing in spotless underground recreation areas, and scientists tending flourishing hydroponic gardens. The message is clear. Vault life won't merely be survivable, but pleasant. A continuation of American prosperity in secure surroundings. Marketing focuses on continuity rather than catastrophe, selling normalcy in abnormal times. Behind this cheerful facade, Project Safehouse's classified annexes tell a different story. Of the 122 vaults planned, only 17 are designated as control vaults, intended to function as advertised. The remaining facilities will serve as experiments in human psychology, sociology, and biology. Government officials who sign off on these protocols rationalize them as necessary for understanding how to rebuild society after nuclear war, conveniently ignoring the human cost of such understanding. The vault selection process, ostensibly fair and democratic, contains built-in biases that ensure desirable populations receive priority. Genetic screening eliminates those with hereditary conditions that might compromise vault integrity. Psychological evaluations filter out individuals deemed too independent or questioning. Financial requirements, while theoretically waivable for essential personnel, effectively exclude lower economic classes. Vault-Tec creates a selection system that preserves not American diversity, but a narrow slice deemed worthy of survival. Public response to Project Safehouse varies dramatically by region and social class. In affluent suburbs, families compete viciously for vault placements, using connections and bribes to secure spots. Urban populations, largely excluded by selection criteria, react with anger and despair, staging protests that accomplish nothing against Vault-Tec's political protection. Rural communities split between those who see vaults as salvation and those who prefer to take their chances on the surface, trusting in self-reliance over corporate promises. The announcement triggers a construction boom that transforms the American landscape. Highways fill with Vault-Tec trucks carrying mysterious cargoes to hidden sites. Mountains sprout ventilation shafts and access roads. Desert valleys echo with explosive excavation. The visible signs of vault construction become part of daily life, normalized through repetition, until children grow up thinking massive gear doors and radiation warnings are natural features of the environment. The first 50 vaults, constructed under Project Safehouse, represent a period of relative innocence in Vault-Tec's history, when at least some executives still believed in the original mission of preservation. These early vaults, while incorporating experimental elements, generally aim to protect their populations rather than exploit them. Their construction provides valuable lessons that inform and sometimes warn against future developments. Vault 1, built beneath Boston's financial district, serves as the prototype for all subsequent construction. Its builders encounter every possible challenge: unexpected groundwater infiltration, geological instabilities, interference from existing infrastructure. Solutions developed for Vault 1 become standard procedures, its mistakes carefully documented to prevent repetition. The Vault's successful completion in 2065 proves large-scale Vault construction is feasible, opening floodgates for the massive program to follow. The geographic distribution of early Vaults follows strategic logic tempered by political necessity. Major population centers receive priority, but congressional representatives ensure their districts aren't neglected. This leads to some Vaults being constructed in locations that make little strategic sense, but perfect political sense. Vault 17 in rural Montana exists primarily because a powerful senator demanded protection for his constituents, while Vault 23 in Nevada serves the gambling industry's desire to preserve its workforce. Construction techniques evolve rapidly as lessons learned are incorporated into each successive Vault. Early Vaults suffer from water seepage, ventilation problems, and structural weaknesses that require expensive retrofitting. By Vault 30, standardized procedures eliminate most technical problems, though new issues emerge from the increasing complexity of experimental protocols. The construction crews, initially proud of their work preserving humanity, gradually realize they're building something darker, though few dare voice such concerns. Each Vault develops its own character during construction, influenced by regional cultures and the workers who build them. Vault 8 in Northern California incorporates subtle architectural elements reflecting the area's laid-back culture. Vault 42 in Texas includes larger recreational areas after workers argue for the importance of physical activity. These small variations, tolerated in early construction, later provide crucial diversity that helps some Vaults survive while others fail. The human cost of rapid construction becomes apparent as industrial accidents claim lives with disturbing regularity. Vault-Tec's response reveals their evolving priorities. Instead of slowing construction for safety improvements, they increase death benefits and recruitment efforts. Workers become as expendable as the populations they're supposedly protecting. Family members of construction casualties receive priority Vault placement, a benefit that ensures silence about safety violations while creating populations with reasons to resent Vault-Tec from the beginning. Vault-Tec's marketing division faces an unprecedented challenge, selling the end of the world as a consumer product, while maintaining enough optimism to prevent panic. Their solution involves some of the most sophisticated psychological manipulation ever deployed in advertising, creating campaigns that simultaneously stoke and soothe atomic anxiety. The Vault Boy mascot emerges during this period as Vault-Tec's friendly face, his cheerful thumbs up and winking confidence making nuclear devastation seem manageable. Originally designed for employee safety manuals, Vault Boy's simple art style and relentless optimism prove perfect for public consumption. He appears on billboards teaching families to duck and cover, in animated shorts explaining radiation hazards, and on merchandise that makes atomic war seem almost fun. Television advertising takes multiple approaches to reach different demographics. For middle-class families, commercials emphasize Vault life's suburban normalcy, children attending underground schools, mothers preparing meals in modern kitchens, fathers relaxing after work in comfortable lounges. For wealthy clients, advertisements highlight luxury Vault amenities, private quarters, gourmet food synthesizers, exclusive recreational facilities. Each message carefully calibrated to make Vault purchase seem not just sensible, but desirable. The Prepare for the Future campaign launches in 2060 with celebrity endorsements and testimonials from satisfied Vault residents who are actually actors living in mock-up facilities. The campaign's genius lies in normalizing the abnormal, making Vault preparations seem as routine as buying insurance or planning for retirement. Radio jingles create earworms that lodge in public consciousness. Vault-Tec, keeping you safe, keeping you sound, keeping you underground. Public relations efforts extend beyond traditional advertising to shape news coverage and popular culture. Vault-Tec sponsors educational programs in schools where children learn about atomic energy while being subtly prepared for Vault life. They fund scientific studies that confirm nuclear war's survivability with proper preparation. They even finance films and television shows that portray Vault dwellers as heroes rebuilding civilization, creating positive associations with underground living. Despite these efforts, public perception remains mixed. Surveys show most Americans believe nuclear war is inevitable, but doubt Vault life would be worth living. Anti-Vault movements emerge, arguing that Vault-Tec profits from fear while offering false hope. Religious groups condemn Vaults as attempts to thwart divine will, but criticism fails to slow sales, as fear ultimately trumps skepticism. Every international crisis sends more families to Vault-Tec showrooms, credit cards in hand, ready to purchase tomorrow's protection today. Inside Vault-Tec's sprawling corporate campuses, a unique culture develops that blends technocratic optimism with apocalyptic fatalism. Employees, known internally as Vault-Tec family members, work in environments designed to showcase the company's vision, while subtly reinforcing loyalty and compliance. The corporate culture that emerges reflects both the best and worst of American capitalism facing extinction. New employee orientation lasts 2 weeks, during which recruits are immersed in Vault-Tec's history, mission, and values. They tour demonstration vaults, where actors portray happy residents, attend seminars on atomic survival, and undergo psychological evaluations that identify both capabilities and potential dissent. Those who pass receive their Vault-Tec identification badges with unique numbers that, they're told, guarantee Vault placement for themselves and immediate family, a benefit that ensures loyalty through fear. The company cafeterias serve meals similar to Vault rations, allowing employees to experience the future of dining. Most find the processed foods palatable, if monotonous, though executive dining rooms feature traditional cuisine, a hierarchy that extends throughout corporate life. Recreation facilities include underground spaces mimicking Vault common areas, where employees can practice the social dynamics they're designing for others. Some spend entire careers underground, emerging only for commutes, preparing for a future they're helping create. Employee stories from this period, preserved in oral histories and personal documents, paint a complex picture of life inside Vault-Tec. Janet Phillips, a hydroponic engineer, recalls the excitement of developing food systems that could sustain generations. We truly believed we were saving humanity. Every tomato plant that thrived, every protein culture that multiplied, meant families would survive the unthinkable. Her pride remains evident decades later, despite knowing how her innovations were perverted. Robert Chen, a programmer who helped develop Vault control systems, tells a darker story. The code we wrote included backdoors and override functions we weren't supposed to discuss. When I asked why the overseer needed the ability to manipulate life support without resident knowledge, my supervisor said it was for emergencies. We all knew what kind of emergencies he meant. Chen eventually quit, forfeiting his vault placement rather than continue contributing to systems designed for control rather than survival. The social dynamics within Vault-Tec reflect larger tensions between idealism and pragmatism. Younger employees often arrive filled with enthusiasm for preserving civilization, only to encounter cynical veterans who've internalized the company's darker purposes. Some maintain their idealism by focusing on technical challenges while ignoring ethical implications. Others embrace the cynicism, viewing Vault residents as test subjects rather than people. A few resist, forming informal networks that share concerns and occasionally sabotage the worst experiments, though their impact remains limited. Company social events take on surreal qualities as employees celebrate birthdays and holidays while designing humanity's tomb. The annual Vault-Tec picnic features traditional games and barbecues on manicured lawns, while underground, construction crews work around the clock building shelters for nuclear war. The cognitive dissonance required to maintain normalcy while preparing for apocalypse creates a unique psychological environment where dark humor becomes a survival mechanism and denial an occupational requirement. The period between 2050 and 2065 witnesses revolutionary advances in closed-system life support technology, driven by Vault-Tec's unlimited resources and urgent timeline. These breakthroughs, while enabling extended vault habitation, also reveal the company's willingness to push ethical boundaries in pursuit of technical solutions. The water reclamation and purification system, Mark IV, represents a quantum leap in recycling technology. Previous systems could reclaim roughly 90% of water from waste products. The Mark IV achieves 99.7% efficiency. Every drop of moisture, from human perspiration to food preparation runoff, enters a complex filtration network that removes contaminants at the molecular level. The system's elegance masks its psychological impact, as vault dwellers must accept that every glass of water contains molecules that have passed through every resident countless times. Air recycling proves more challenging than water, requiring delicate balance between oxygen production and carbon dioxide absorption. Vault-Tec's breakthrough comes from genetically modified algae that thrive in artificial light while producing oxygen at accelerated rates. These algae tanks, glowing green in their transparent chambers, become the literal lungs of each vault. The genetic modifications that make them so efficient also make them vulnerable to mutation, a risk deemed acceptable by executives who won't be breathing recycled air themselves. Food production systems evolve from simple hydroponics to complex artificial ecosystems. The nutritional synthesis and distribution network can transform basic proteins and carbohydrates into meals that approximate pre-war cuisine. Texture, flavor, and nutritional content are all programmable, allowing variety that prevents psychological degradation from dietary monotony. The system's ability to mask its base ingredients, including recycled human remains in extreme scenarios, represents both technological triumph and ethical nadir. Waste processing achieves similar efficiency through systems that would horrify surface dwellers but become routine in vault life. Every organic waste product enters biomass converters that break down complex molecules into useful components. Human waste becomes fertilizer. Deceased residents become raw materials. Even hair and nail clippings are processed for their mineral content. Nothing is wasted because nothing can be wasted in true isolation. The technology works perfectly. Whether humans can psychologically accept it remains an open question. These life support breakthroughs enable Vault-Tec's most ambitious claim, that vaults can sustain populations indefinitely without surface contact. Testing in specialized facilities confirms the technology's capabilities. Though test durations rarely exceed a few years, long-term effects on human health, both physical and psychological, remain theoretical. Computer models suggest multi-generational sustainability, but models assume perfect maintenance and stable populations, assumptions that prove tragically optimistic. The integration of these systems creates dependencies that make vault life irreversibly different from surface existence. Residents become components in a biological machine, their inputs and outputs carefully measured and managed. The technology that enables survival also enables control, as life support systems can be manipulated to reward compliance or punish dissent. This dual nature, salvation and subjugation, defines Vault-Tec's technological legacy. The summer of 2065 marks a pivotal shift in Vault-Tec's trajectory, though few outside the highest executive levels recognize the change. In a secured conference room beneath the Poseidon Energy Building in California, Vault-Tec leadership meets with representatives of what will later be known as the Enclave, a shadow organization of military, corporate, and political elites preparing for post-war American continuation. The meeting's attendees read like a who's who of American power structures. General Bradley Thompson represents military interests, his chest heavy with medals from the Sino-American War. Rebecca Morrison speaks for Vault-Tec, her financial genius now turned toward darker calculations. Representatives from Poseidon, Energy, Robco Industries, and other major corporations fill the remaining seats. At the head sits a figure whose identity remains classified even in internal documents, referred to only as Control. The discussion that unfolds over 12 hours fundamentally alters Vault-Tec's mission. Control presents evidence that nuclear exchange is not merely possible, but inevitable within the decade. Traditional concepts of survival become quaint against projections showing surface radiation lethal for centuries. The only hope for American civilization, specifically their version of American civilization, lies in controlled preservation and eventual reclamation by those deemed genetically and ideologically pure. Vault-Tec's role in this plan extends far beyond simple shelter construction. The vaults will serve as screening mechanisms, identifying populations suitable for post-war integration, while eliminating undesirable elements through carefully designed challenges. The experimental protocols, previously justified as sociological research, are revealed as deliberate selection pressures. Only those who survive and overcome vault experiments will be worthy of rejoining the Enclave's reformed America. Rebecca Morrison's financial projections demonstrate how Vault-Tec will profit regardless of outcomes. Government contracts ensure payment for construction, private sales generate immediate revenue, and post-war resource control guarantees long-term dominance. She presents Vault residents not as customers, but as test subjects who pay for their own experimentation. The moral implications are dismissed with corporate speak about maximizing stakeholder value across extended timelines. The meeting concludes with formal agreements that bind Vault-Tec to the Enclave's vision, in exchange for guaranteed government contracts and protection from oversight. Vault-Tec will design vaults according to Enclave specifications. Control vaults preserve essential personnel and genetic stock. Experimental vaults test human limitations and social structures. Command vaults maintain military capabilities. Each serves the greater purpose of ensuring the right Americans inherit the post-war world. Following the Enclave meeting, Vault-Tec's senior management initiates Project Revelation, a carefully orchestrated process of revealing the Vault's true purposes to essential personnel. This internal disclosure, necessary for implementing enclave directives, creates shockwaves that ripple through the organization despite extensive psychological preparation. Department heads gather in secure facilities where they sign additional secrecy agreements with penalties, including termination with extreme prejudice. The briefings begin with patriotic rhetoric about preserving American values and the necessity of difficult choices in desperate times. Then come the specifics. Vault experiments designed to test radiation exposure limits, psychological breaking points, and social collapse models. The presenters frame these as regrettable necessities for understanding post-war survival requirements. Dr. Stanislaw Braun, now in his 70s, but still sharp, receives the news with disturbing enthusiasm. His theoretical models about human behavior under stress will finally receive full-scale testing. He immediately begins designing experiments that push ethical boundaries past breaking. Vaults with impossible psychological pressures, subliminal messaging systems, and reality-distorting environmental controls. His assistant notes that he seems younger, energized by the opportunity to play God with captive populations. Not all executives react with Braun's enthusiasm. Several express horror at transforming shelters into laboratories, questioning both morality and legality. These objections are met with a combination of persuasion and threat. Objectors are reminded of their contractual obligations, their families' vault placements, and the national security implications of disclosure. Those who remain unconvinced suffer convenient accidents or simply disappear, their positions filled by more compliant replacements. The middle management layer receives carefully edited versions of the truth. They learn that some vaults have special purposes requiring modified designs, but aren't told these modifications will deliberately kill residents. Engineers receive specifications for equipment designed to fail at predetermined times, told it's for stress testing. Psychologists develop social structures that will collapse, believing they're creating challenging scenarios rather than death traps. Internal documentation from this period reveals a corporation struggling with its own transformation. Memoranda discuss population optimization protocols and selective pressure applications in language that obscures human cost behind technical terminology. Employee turnover increases as those with functioning consciences flee, replaced by individuals selected for moral flexibility. The Vault-Tec that emerges from this transition bears little resemblance to Theodore Sinclair's original vision. With the true purpose revealed, Vault-Tec's research divisions throw themselves into developing experimental protocols with the enthusiasm of scientists freed from ethical constraints. The Sociological Research Department, previously focused on maintaining Vault harmony, transforms into something resembling a psychological warfare unit, designing scenarios to break down human civilization in controlled environments. The experiment categories reflect different aspects of post-nuclear survival challenges. Environmental experiments test human adaptation to extreme conditions. Vaults with compromised radiation shielding, failing life support systems, or deliberately introduced toxins. Social experiments examine group dynamics under pressure. Vaults with predetermined conflicts between population segments, authority structures designed to collapse, or resources insufficient for survival. Psychological experiments push individual limits through isolation, sensory deprivation, or reality distortion. Vault 27's protocol exemplifies the cruel creativity applied to these designs. The vault will be deliberately overpopulated to twice its sustainable capacity, forcing residents to make horrible choices about who lives and dies. Psychological profiles ensure the population includes both aggressive and passive personalities, creating inevitable conflict. The overseer, selected for authoritarian tendencies, receives secret instructions to favor certain groups, ensuring social tension escalates to violence. Vault 42 tests sensory deprivation by limiting light sources to increasingly dim levels over time. Researchers hypothesize that humans will adapt to near darkness, developing enhanced other senses or new social structures based on non-visual communication. The reality will likely be madness and despair, but the clinical protocols discuss only data collection methods and expected adaptation curves. No provisions exist for ending the experiment if suffering becomes unbearable. Some experiments venture into even darker territory. Vault 75 will separate children from parents, raising a generation trained from birth as perfect soldiers for the enclave's future needs. Vault 87 continues the forced evolutionary virus experiments that sparked the Brotherhood of Steel's founding, exposing residents to modified FEV to create super soldiers. These biological experiments risk creating monsters, but project leaders view unsuccessful mutations as acceptable losses in pursuit of enhanced humans. The scientists developing these protocols display varying levels of awareness about their implications. Some genuinely believe they're advancing human knowledge through necessary sacrifices. Others recognize the evil, but rationalize their participation through nationalism, financial incentive, or simple fear. A few actively embrace the darkness, viewing vault populations as lab rats unworthy of moral consideration. Internal psychological evaluations select for the latter type, gradually purging those troubled by conscience. The architects of Vault-Tec's experimental protocols represent a rogues gallery of brilliant minds, corrupted by opportunity and ideology. Understanding these individuals provides insight into how an organization, ostensibly dedicated to preservation, became an engine of calculated cruelty. Dr. Ellen Harding, promoted to Chief of Biological Research, brings her expertise in closed system evolution to bear on human subjects. Her proposals for accelerated natural selection through environmental pressures show no concern for individual suffering. In her view, humanity's survival requires rapid adaptation, and Vault experiments simply compress evolutionary timescales. Her Vault 19 protocol splits populations into competing groups, expecting conflict to eliminate inferior genetic lines while strengthening survivors. Colonel Marcus Webb, now Executive Vice President of Operations, applies military thinking to civilian populations. His experiments treat Vault dwellers as military units testing command structures, resource allocation, and strategic decision-making under extreme stress. Vault 34's excessive armament and minimal space recreate battlefield conditions, while Vault 43's inclusion of hostile creatures tests combat readiness against non-human threats. Webb views casualties as acceptable training losses. Dr. Kenneth Fiedler's Special Projects Division produces the most ethically troubling experiments. His background in physics, psychology, and philosophy creates unique perspectives on human consciousness and reality perception. Vault 106's psychoactive drug experiments aim to expand human consciousness, though test subjects will more likely experience psychotic breaks. His masterpiece, Vault 112, uses virtual reality to trap residents in artificial worlds where he can play God. Fulfilling personal fantasies, while gathering data on human responses to controlled realities. The newest addition to leadership, Dr. Ingrid Sawyer, brings expertise in child development that takes sinister turns in Vault applications. Her experiments focus on generational changes, how children raised in specific conditions differ from their parents. Vault 13's extended isolation tests whether humans can maintain technological knowledge across generations without external input. Vault 21's gambling-based society examines if chance-based resource distribution creates different social structures than merit-based systems. These individuals meet weekly in Vault-Tec's most secure conference room, where they present proposals with the detachment of academics, discussing abstract theories. They critique each other's experimental designs for scientific rigor rather than ethical concerns. Their conversations, recorded for posterity, reveal minds that have completely divorced human suffering from scientific advancement. They speak of subjects and populations, never people, using the language that transforms atrocity into data. Supporting these architects are hundreds of employees who implement their visions. Programmers code the control systems that will manipulate Vault environments. Engineers build the equipment designed to fail at crucial moments. Psychologists profile potential residents to ensure experimental conditions are met. Most know they're participating in something monstrous, but continue anyway, trapped by security clearances, financial dependence, and the knowledge that resistance means losing their own Vault placements. The construction of Vaults 51 through 75 marks Vault-Tec's full embrace of human experimentation. These facilities, built between 2066 and 2068, incorporate experimental protocols from their inception rather than as retrofitted additions. Each represents a specific hypothesis about human behavior, social organization, or biological adaptation that will be tested on unwitting populations. Vault 51 exemplifies the military command experiments championed by Colonel Webb. The Vault's computer system is programmed to promote the most capable resident to overseer through increasingly difficult challenges. What residents don't know is that these challenges are designed to escalate until they become lethal, creating a perpetual succession crisis that tests human ambition against survival instinct. The Vault's construction includes hidden passages and monitoring equipment to document the inevitable power struggles. Vault 56's experiment seems benign compared to others. The Vault contains no entertainment tapes except those featuring an obscure comedian. Researchers hypothesize that limited entertainment options will force residents to create their own culture, potentially developing new art forms. The reality proves far darker as media deprivation combines with confined living to create a powder keg of tension that explodes into violence within a generation. The biological experiments conducted in Vault 60 through 65 push the boundaries of human experimentation. Vault 60 introduces trace amounts of psychoactive compounds into the water supply, studying long-term effects on cognition and social behavior. Vault 63 receives an all-male population to test same-gender social dynamics, while Vault 64 houses only females. Vault 65's population consists entirely of people under age 15 at entry, forcing children to create adult society without role models. Vault 70 represents one of the cruelest psychological experiments. The Vault's jumpsuit extruders are programmed to fail after 6 months, while backup clothing supplies are deliberately omitted. Researchers want to study how social norms around modesty and identity change when clothing becomes scarce. The breakdown of this basic social convention is expected to cascade into broader civilizational collapse. testing how quickly humans revert to primitive states. Construction crews building these vaults often notice unusual specifications, but are told not to question classified designs. Workers installing entertainment systems in Vault 56 wonder why there's only one tape in the massive archive. Those building Vault 70's clothing facilities ask why there are no backup systems. Their supervisors, armed with explanations about budget constraints and efficiency measures, silence questions while documenting which workers show too much curiosity. These observant individuals often find themselves transferred to other projects or suffering workplace accidents. As Vault-Tec's experiments grow more elaborate and ethically troubling, the need for comprehensive information control becomes paramount. The company develops sophisticated systems for preventing leaks, discrediting whistleblowers, and maintaining public confidence despite mounting evidence of their true nature. This shadow operation rivals their construction efforts in scope and complexity. The Information Security Division, innocuously housed in Vault-Tec's marketing building, coordinates efforts to monitor and control all communication about Vault projects. Every employee's personal communications are screened by advanced computer systems, flagging keywords related to experiments. Phone calls route through monitoring stations, where analysts listen for concerning conversations. Mail undergoes chemical analysis that can detect invisible inks or coded messages. The surveillance network rivals those of intelligence agencies. When prevention fails and information leaks occur, Vault-Tec's response teams swing into action with practiced efficiency. Minor leaks are handled through discreditation campaigns. The whistleblower suddenly has gambling debts, addiction problems, or mental health issues that conveniently emerge just as they try to go public. Major leaks require more dramatic responses. Journalists preparing exposés suffer fatal accidents. Government investigators discover their own agencies, ordering them to cease inquiries. Evidence disappears from secured locations. The company maintains a network of media assets to shape public perception. Trusted journalists receive exclusive access to carefully staged vault tours showing happy residents in control vaults. Documentary crews film promotional materials in mock facilities, where actors portray satisfied vault dwellers. When negative stories can't be suppressed, they're drowned in waves of positive coverage that make criticism seem like paranoid conspiracy theories. Legal protection comes from legislation Vault-Tec's lobbyists push through Congress. The National Security Vault Act classifies all vault construction as defense projects, making unauthorized disclosure of vault details treasonous. The Emergency Preparedness Protection Act shields Vault-Tec from liability for experimental safety testing in service of national survival. These laws, passed with minimal debate as riders on must-pass defense bills, create legal armor around Vault-Tec's activities. Internal cover-ups prove equally important. Employees who stumble upon experimental protocols receive immediate counseling sessions that mix psychological manipulation with subtle chemical persuasion. Those who prove resistant face escalating pressure. Family members lose jobs. Children are expelled from schools. Mortgage applications are mysteriously denied. The message becomes clear. Cooperation ensures comfort. Resistance brings ruin. Most choose the comfortable lie over the difficult truth. The few who persist in opposition face Vault-Tec's ultimate sanction. The company maintains relationships with organized crime figures who handle problems without traceable connections to corporate leadership. Bodies appear in industrial accidents, home invasions, or simply vanish without explanation. The disappearances are spaced carefully to avoid patterns that might attract attention. families receive generous death benefits with the understanding that questions lead to benefit cancellation. Despite Vault-Tec's comprehensive control systems, brave individuals still attempt to expose the company's crimes. Their stories, reconstructed from fragmentary evidence and survivor testimony, illustrate both human courage and corporate ruthlessness in the face of moral crisis. Dr. Patricia Chen, the engineer who revolutionized vault door technology, discovers experimental protocols while reviewing structural specifications for Vault 11. The vault's design includes a sacrifice chamber connected to the overseer's office, its purpose hidden in technical jargon, but clear to someone of her expertise. Her attempts to raise concerns through official channels meet with reassurances that she's misunderstanding defensive features. When she persists, her laboratory suffers a catastrophic fusion reactor failure that investigators blame on her negligent maintenance. Mark Stevens, a construction foreman who built 7 vaults, begins documenting discrepancies between official plans and actual construction. His secret journal details hidden rooms, suspicious equipment installations, and conversations with workers who notice similar anomalies. Stevens attempts to contact journalists with his evidence, but discovers his communications intercepted and his movements tracked. His construction site accident, a multi-ton concrete slab that somehow slips its crane moorings, surprises no one who knew of his investigations. The most damaging leak comes from within Vault-Tec's executive ranks. Senior Vice President James Patterson, conscience finally overwhelming ambition, compiles comprehensive documentation of experimental protocols and attempts to deliver it to congressional investigators. His car explodes on the Capitol Beltway in what authorities label a fuel system malfunction. The briefcase of documents he carried is never found, though Vault-Tec security cameras mysteriously malfunction during the critical period when emergency responders arrive at the scene. Some whistleblowers choose different tactics, attempting to sabotage experiments from within rather than expose them publicly. Sarah Martinez, a programmer in the Vault Control Systems division, introduces subtle code errors designed to give Vault residents warnings about their situations. Her modifications to Vault 13's water chip include hidden messages that might alert clever residents to their experiment. She's discovered when routine code reviews find the alterations, though she manages to escape before security arrives. Her current whereabouts remain unknown, though Vault-Tec security continues searching. The families of whistleblowers often suffer as much as the individuals themselves. Spouses lose employment through mysterious layoffs. Children face bullying campaigns that force families to relocate. Extended relatives find themselves under surveillance, their lives disrupted by constant investigations into tax records, employment histories, and personal relationships. The message to potential future whistleblowers is clear. Resistance threatens not just yourself, but everyone you love. Despite these consequences, the flow of attempted disclosures never completely stops. Vault-Tec's own psychological profiles suggest that approximately 3% of employees will experience moral crises severe enough to override self-preservation instincts. The company accepts this as a statistical inevitability, maintaining standing protocols for handling whistleblowers with the same efficiency they apply to vault construction. In their calculations, the occasional elimination of problematic employees is simply another operating expense. As Vault-Tec's experimental programs expand in scope and ambition, partnerships with other defense contractors become essential for accessing specialized technologies. The relationships formed during this period create a web of shared culpability that ensures mutual silence about ethically questionable projects. These corporate alliances, presented publicly as patriotic cooperation, hide darker collaborations in human experimentation. The partnership with Vault-Tec proves particularly fruitful for both companies. Vault-Tec's development of power armor technology offers Vault-Tec enhanced security systems for controlling vault populations. In exchange, Vault-Tec provides isolated testing environments for Vault-Tec's biological research. The forced evolutionary virus, officially destroyed after the Mariposa incident, finds new life in Vault laboratories, where test populations can be exposed without risk of widespread contamination. Robco Industries, under the leadership of the enigmatic Robert House, brings artificial intelligence and robotics expertise to Vault development. Their Mr. Handy robots are modified for Vault maintenance, but hidden subroutines allow them to serve as surveillance devices and enforcers of experimental protocols. The unified operating system that Robco develops for Vault computers includes backdoors that allow external manipulation of life support, security, and communication systems. These partnerships extend beyond simple technology sharing to coordinated experiment design. Vault 29 receives a population of children under 15 who will be raised by Robco's educational robots, testing whether artificial intelligence can successfully replace human parenting. Vault-Tec's biological monitoring equipment in Vault 36 tracks genetic changes in a population exposed to carefully controlled radiation levels. Each company contributes specialized knowledge while maintaining plausible deniability about the other's activities. Joint research facilities, hidden within legitimate corporate campuses, become centers for technological innovation, unburdened by ethical constraints. Scientists from different companies collaborate on projects that would horrify their colleagues in public-facing divisions. The artificial intelligence that will one day control Vault experiments learns from human psychological profiles provided by Vault-Tec. The biological weapons that will transform Vault populations into monsters combine Vault-Tec's virus research with Vault-Tec's delivery systems. Financial arrangements between the companies create mutual dependencies that ensure silence. Cross-investment structures mean that exposing one company's crimes would destroy them all. Executives sit on each other's boards, creating interlocking directorates that coordinate activities while maintaining legal separation. Patent sharing agreements hide technology transfers that would reveal the true scope of collaboration. The corporate web becomes so tangled that unraveling one thread would collapse the entire structure. These partnerships also facilitate the movement of personnel between companies, creating a shadow network of scientists and engineers who specialize in ethically questionable research. A biologist fired from Vault-Tec for excessive zeal in human experimentation finds welcome at Vault-Tec. A Robco programmer whose AI designs show troubling independence joins Vault-Tec's control systems division. This circulation of compromised individuals creates an informal guild of researchers willing to push boundaries others won't cross. The technologies developed through these partnerships prove devastatingly effective. Vault control systems achieve unprecedented sophistication in manipulating resident behavior. Biological monitoring allows real-time tracking of experimental effects on human physiology. Robotic systems can enforce experimental protocols without human operators who might experience moral qualms. Each advancement makes the vaults more effective as experimental chambers, while reducing the possibility of resident escape or external intervention. The years between 2070 and 2076 represent Vault-Tec's zenith of power and productivity. construction crews work around the clock across the continent, their machinery carving humanity's refuges from solid rock at a pace that defies comprehension. The landscape of America transforms as mountains sprout ventilation systems and deserts bloom with construction camps that house thousands of workers dedicated to building tomorrow's tombs. The numbers alone stagger the imagination. At peak production, Vault-Tec completes one vault every 3 weeks, each a marvel of engineering that would have taken years to build just a decade earlier. Standardization reaches new heights with modular components manufactured in vast factories and shipped to construction sites for assembly. The iconic gear doors roll off production lines like automobiles, each weighing tons, yet precisely balanced for smooth operation. Construction techniques evolve to meet impossible deadlines. Plasma boring machines, developed in partnership with Vault-Tec, carve through solid granite like butter, creating smooth tunnels that require minimal finishing. Automated construction robots handle dangerous tasks, reducing human casualties, though not eliminating them. The robots work tirelessly, their mechanical precision ensuring that every vault meets exact specifications, including the hidden modifications that will doom their residents. The human cost of this construction boom remains carefully hidden from public view. Workers die daily in industrial accidents, their bodies processed through Vault-Tec's private crematoriums to avoid coroner investigations. Families receive death benefits with strict non-disclosure agreements, their silence purchased with blood money. Those who survive often bear radiation scars from inadequate protection, their long-term health sacrificed for construction speed. Regional variations in vault construction reflect both geological necessities and experimental requirements. East Coast vaults burrow deep into ancient bedrock, their designs emphasizing protection from the concentrated nuclear strikes expected on population centers. Midwest vaults spread horizontally beneath prairies, taking advantage of stable geology to create sprawling complexes. West Coast vaults incorporate earthquake resistance that will prove crucial when nuclear detonations trigger seismic activity. The logistics of simultaneous construction on such scale require military-level coordination. Vault-Tec maintains private rail lines to move materials, operates convoys of trucks that clog highways, and even commissions cargo aircraft for urgent deliveries. Their supply chain stretches across continents, securing rare minerals from African mines and advanced electronics from Asian factories. The company becomes a shadow government, wielding economic power that rivals nations. As Vault-Tec's confidence in their experimental programs grows, the designs for Vault 76 through 100 push into territories that earlier planners might have considered impossible or unconscionable. These vaults, constructed during the peak period, incorporate lessons learned from earlier experiments while exploring new frontiers of human manipulation. Vault 76, ironically designated as a control vault, will house America's best and brightest for exactly 25 years before automatically opening. The experiment here is subtle. Can a population prepared for leadership rebuild America according to pre-war ideals? Or will the wasteland force adaptation? Unknown to residents, their vault contains extensive monitoring equipment that will transmit data to enclave receivers, allowing the shadow government to track the success of their chosen survivors. Vault 77 houses a single man and a crate of puppets, testing the extremes of isolation on human psychology. The subject, carefully selected for artistic temperament and emotional sensitivity, will document his descent into madness through puppet shows performed for an audience that exists only in his fragmenting mind. Hidden cameras will record every performance, creating a comprehensive dataset on isolation-induced psychosis. The design for Vault 81 incorporates a double-blind experiment where researchers observe residents while being observed themselves. The scientists believe they're conducting mild disease-resistant studies on an unwitting population. But the true experiment monitors how knowledge of power over others corrupts the observers. Secret protocols ensure the research staff will face the same diseases they plan to inflict, testing whether self-preservation overrides scientific curiosity. Vault 87's entire population will be exposed to a modified, forced evolutionary virus through the food dispensers. But this represents only the surface experiment. The deeper study examines how quickly human society adapts to fundamental biological changes. Will transformed residents maintain human values or develop new moral frameworks suited to their altered states? The Vault's extensive recording equipment will document every stage of physical and social evolution. Vault 92 recruits musicians and artists, ostensibly preserving cultural heritage. The hidden experiment involves subliminal messaging in the Vault's constant background music, designed to increase aggression and reduce impulse control. Researchers hypothesize that artistic temperaments will make subjects more susceptible to audio manipulation, potentially creating a population of violent creatives whose works reflect their programmed madness. The Centennial Vault 100 serves as Stanislaw Brown's personal playground. Designed with advanced virtual reality systems, it will trap residents in digital worlds where Braun can play God, resetting their memories and tormenting them for his amusement. The experiment masquerades as research into virtual reality's potential for maintaining sanity in confinement, but really exists to satisfy an old man's megalomaniacal fantasies. Publicly announced in 2072, the Societal Preservation Program represents Vault-Tec's masterwork of deception, marketed as an initiative to preserve American culture, knowledge, and values through the atomic apocalypse. The program serves as cover for the most ambitious social engineering experiments ever attempted. The public face radiates noble purpose, while the hidden reality pursues darker goals. The program's marketing materials speak eloquently of preserving democracy, maintaining technological knowledge, and ensuring cultural continuity. Carefully selected Vault populations will represent cross-sections of American society, maintaining diversity while fostering unity. Educational programs will transmit civilization's accumulated wisdom to new generations. Governing structures will adapt democratic principles to confined populations. Every word carefully crafted to hide the truth that these societies are designed to fail in specific, measurable ways. Selection criteria for the Societal Preservation Program vaults appear comprehensive and fair. Applications require detailed genetic histories, psychological profiles, skill assessments, and cultural background documentation. Review boards of respected academics and community leaders evaluate candidates, their deliberations recorded for posterity. What remains hidden is that selection ultimately depends on experimental requirements rather than merit. A vault needing aggressive personalities selects for those traits while claiming to seek leadership qualities. The educational curricula developed for these vaults represent particularly insidious manipulation. While teaching genuine knowledge in mathematics, science, and engineering, they subtly alter history, philosophy, and social studies to create populations primed for post-war enclave integration. American exceptionalism becomes genetic superiority. Democratic values transform into authoritarian efficiency. The changes are gradual enough that parents don't notice their children learning different truths than they themselves believe. Vault governance structures, supposedly preserving American democracy, actually test alternative social organizations. Some vaults implement extreme democracy, where every decision requires unanimous consent, designed to paralyze governance and create chaos. Others feature rotating dictatorships, where absolute power transfers monthly, testing how quickly authority corrupts. A few implement merit-based technocracies that will either create efficient societies or dystopian nightmares. Cultural preservation takes twisted forms in experimental vaults. Vault 63 preserves only advertisements and commercial jingles as historical records, testing whether consumer culture can substitute for genuine history. Vault 95 stocks its library exclusively with gambling and sports statistics, examining if entertainment data can maintain intellectual engagement. These experiments masquerade as unfortunate oversights in cultural archiving, while deliberately engineering ignorance. Behind the public corporate structure exists a shadow board that makes Vault-Tec's true decisions. These individuals, drawn from the highest levels of business, military, and intelligence communities, coordinate the company's role in the enclave's grand design. Their meetings, held in locations that officially don't exist, shape the fate of millions while remaining unknown to history. The Shadow Board's chairman, referred to in documents only as Mr. X, brings connections spanning every major corporation and government agency. His identity, protected by layers of shell companies and false identities, remains uncertain even to other board members. He speaks with absolute authority about enclave plans, suggesting direct communication with control himself. His decisions shape experimental parameters with casual cruelty that shocks even hardened board members. General Margaret Hayes represents military interests on the Shadow Board, her experience in nuclear warfare planning invaluable for Vault defensive systems. She advocates for experiments testing military command structures and population mobilization, viewing Vault dwellers as potential conscripts for post-war armies. Her proposals for child soldier programs and automated training systems reflect a worldview where every human is a potential military asset. Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, despite her name's historical irony, shows no medical compassion in her role overseeing biological experiments. Her pharmaceutical empire provides drugs for Vault experiments while she collects data on human limits. She speaks of test subjects with the detachment of someone discussing laboratory mice, her only concern being statistical significance rather than human suffering. The youngest Shadow Board member, tech mogul David Sterling, made his fortune in computer systems before joining Vault-Tec's inner circle. His contributions focus on surveillance technology and behavioral prediction algorithms. He views the vaults as vast data sets waiting to be analyzed, their populations generating information more valuable than their lives. His artificial intelligence systems will monitor every aspect of Vault life, creating histories written in human misery. Financial architect Rebecca Morrison serves both public and shadow boards, bridging the gap between official corporate governance and hidden agendas. Her genius lies in creating financial structures that fund horrific experiments while maintaining legitimate appearance. She speaks in numbers that transform atrocities into profit margins, her spreadsheets calculating the monetary value of human suffering with actuarial precision. These shadow directors meet quarterly in a secure facility beneath the Mojave Desert. their discussions shaping Vault experiments with godlike detachment. They review progress reports showing successful psychological breaks, optimal starvation ratios, and effective genetic culling programs. Their approval transforms theoretical cruelty into construction blueprints, their signatures condemning thousands to carefully designed hells. As Vault-Tec's power grows, so does their paranoia about potential competition and exposure. The corporate security division evolves from protecting company secrets to actively eliminating threats, real or imagined. Their operations, conducted with intelligence agency professionalism, ensure Vault-Tec's monopoly through methods that would horrify law enforcement if they knew to investigate. Industrial espionage becomes standard practice as Vault-Tec infiltrates potential competitors. Atomic Shelters, Incorporated, discovers their blueprints stolen and their key engineers poached just as they prepare major Vault bids. Defense Co's classified military shelter designs appear in Vault-Tec proposals before Defense Co even completes them. Small regional companies find their financial records leaked to tax authorities, who discover violations requiring immediate shutdown. The elimination of competitors extends beyond corporate warfare to physical destruction. Construction sites suffer sabotage that appears accidental, gas leaks that explode, structural supports that fail, industrial accidents that claim key personnel. Investigations invariably find worker error or equipment failure, never the carefully placed charges or expertly weakened supports that actually cause disasters. Insurance companies, heavily invested in Vault-Tec, accept these explanations without deeper inquiry. Foreign competition faces even harsher treatment. European shelter companies attempting to enter American markets discover their executives arrested on espionage charges supported by planted evidence. Asian manufacturers find their products banned for safety violations detected by inspectors on Vault-Tec's payroll. When a Canadian firm persists despite obstacles, their entire board of directors perishes in an airplane crash that investigators blame on mechanical failure. Corporate security maintains files on every potential threat, from competitor employees to government regulators. These dossiers include financial records, medical histories, family connections, and psychological profiles that identify pressure points. A regulator showing too much interest in vault construction might discover his daughter rejected from university or his mortgage called due. The message is clear without being spoken. Cooperation ensures comfort. Opposition brings consequences. Former Vault-Tec employees face particular scrutiny, their post-company lives monitored for signs of disclosure. Those who maintain silence enjoy comfortable retirements with generous pensions. Those who show signs of talking suffer accidents, illnesses, or simply disappear. The company maintains a special unit dedicated to former employee relations, their euphemistic title hiding enforcement activities that ensure secrets die with their keepers. The scope of Vault-Tec's intelligence network rivals nation-states. They maintain listening posts in major cities, intercept communications between competitors, and infiltrate government agencies tasked with their oversight. Their analysts process enormous data volumes, identifying threats before they fully materialize. This paranoid vigilance ensures that Vault-Tec's darkest secrets remain hidden while their monopoly grows absolute. The period between 2070 and 2076 witnesses Vault-Tec's transformation from construction company to technological innovator, pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. Their research divisions, freed from ethical constraints and funded beyond imagination, achieve breakthroughs that would revolutionize society if applied benevolently. Instead, these advances serve darker purposes, enabling experiments that push human endurance past breaking points. The development of advanced artificial intelligence represents one of Vault-Tec's crown achievements. Moving beyond simple automated systems, their AIs achieve near-human reasoning capability while lacking human compassion. These digital minds manage Vault experiments with perfect efficiency, adjusting variables to maintain experimental parameters while ignoring resident suffering. The ZAC series computers, developed jointly with Robco, can predict human behavior with terrifying accuracy, allowing experiment designers to script resident responses years in advance. Biotechnology advances in Vault-Tec laboratories surpass anything achieved in public institutions. Genetic modification techniques allow subtle alterations to Vault populations, creating predispositions for aggression, compliance, or other useful traits. Cloning technology, officially abandoned after public outcry, continues in secret facilities where duplicate populations provide control groups for experiments. Most disturbing are the consciousness transfer experiments, attempting to preserve minds in digital formats for post-war reconstruction. Materials science breakthroughs enable Vault construction previously thought impossible. Self-healing concrete incorporates nanotechnology that repairs microfractures before they spread. Radiation-absorbing polymers line Vault walls with protection surpassing lead while weighing fraction as much. Smart materials respond to environmental changes, automatically adjusting temperature, humidity, and air pressure to maintain optimal conditions, or, when programmed differently, to create precisely calibrated discomfort. Energy technology reaches new heights with fusion reactors that could power cities relegated to single vaults. The efficiency achieved through miniaturization and improved magnetic containment would solve humanity's energy crisis if shared openly. Instead, these reactors ensure vaults can operate independently for centuries, their experiments continuing long after the surface world forgets they exist. Some reactors incorporate deliberate flaws, designed to fail at predetermined times to test resident responses to crisis. The integration of these technologies creates vaults that are less shelters than living organisms responsive to central control. Every system interconnects through networks that monitor and adjust constantly. The very walls observe residents through microscopic sensors. The air they breathe carries precisely measured chemical compositions. The food they eat contains nutritional profiles tailored to experimental requirements. Technology intended to preserve life, instead, enables its precise manipulation. Across America, Vault-Tec establishes regional headquarters that serve as nerve centers for their expanding operations. These facilities, impressive in their public faces, hide deeper purposes in sub-basements and restricted floors, where the real work of human experimentation coordination occurs. Each regional office develops its own character while serving the company's unified dark vision. The Boston headquarters occupies a renovated historical building whose classical facade masks ultra-modern interior systems. Public floors showcase vault mock-ups where potential customers experience sanitized versions of underground life. Sales representatives selected for their ability to project trustworthy warmth guide families through purchase options with practiced sincerity. Below, restricted floors house experiment monitoring stations, where technicians track real-time data from operational vaults throughout New England. Los Angeles builds its headquarters as a monument to corporate power, a black glass tower that locals nickname the Shadow for how it blocks sunlight from surrounding buildings. The top floors offer panoramic views of the city that will soon burn in nuclear fire. while executives plan which populations deserve salvation and which serve better as test subjects. The building's architecture incorporates Vault technology, making it a functional shelter for essential personnel when war arrives. The Chicago facility takes a different approach, spreading through a complex of interconnected buildings that appear separate from street level. This distributed structure reflects the Midwest's experimental focus on social dynamics and population interaction. Different buildings monitor different experiment categories, their researchers developing specialized expertise in psychological manipulation, biological modification, or sociological engineering. Deep beneath each regional headquarters lie the most secure facilities, direct communication links to operational vaults. These command centers allow real-time monitoring and control of experiments, their operators able to adjust life support systems, release experimental triggers, or observe resident behavior through hidden cameras. The moral weight of such power affects operators differently. Some become clinically detached. Others develop God complexes. A few quietly break under the strain of witnessing suffering they help orchestrate. Regional directors wield enormous power within their territories, essentially serving as governors of underground domains. They coordinate construction schedules, approve resident selections, and fine-tune experimental parameters for local conditions. Their monthly reports to corporate headquarters become catalogues of human misery, reduced to statistical analyses and progress assessments. Success is measured in psychological breaks per capita and survival rates that precisely match predictions. Competition between regional offices drives innovation in experimental design. Boston prides itself on sophisticated psychological manipulations. Los Angeles excels at biological modifications. Chicago leads in social structure experiments. This rivalry, encouraged by corporate leadership, pushes each region to devise ever more creative torments for their captive populations. Quarterly presentations become horror shows where executives proudly display their residents' suffering as evidence of scientific progress. As Vault-Tec reaches its zenith, the internal culture becomes a fascinating study in normalized atrocity. Employees who work within this system develop coping mechanisms that allow them to participate in mass murder while maintaining psychological stability. Their testimonies, gathered from survivors and recovered documents, reveal how ordinary people become complicit in extraordinary evil. Janet Thompson, a cafeteria worker at the Chicago headquarters, describes the surreal normalcy of serving lunch to people planning genocide. They discuss optimal starvation ratios while eating gourmet salads. One executive complained his soup was cold. While reviewing reports on Vault 16's food system failure that killed 40 residents, the disconnect was absolute. Suffering in documents meant nothing compared to minor personal inconvenience. Mid-level manager Robert Chen provides insight into the bureaucratic machinery that enables atrocity. Every horror was divided into manageable tasks. I didn't design experiments that would kill thousands. I optimized ventilation flow rates. Someone else decided those rates would gradually decrease oxygen levels. My job was making the decrease smooth and undetectable. When you only see your small piece, it's easy to pretend you're not building a death trap. The company's internal communications reveal how language shapes thought. Memoranda never mention killing residents, but speak of population adjustments. Starvation becomes caloric restriction protocols. Psychological torture is renamed stress testing. This sanitized vocabulary allows employees to discuss atrocities without confronting their reality. Weekly meetings review experimental progress with the same detachment as sales figures. Social dynamics within Vault-Tec mirror disturbing psychological experiments. Employees form cliques based on their tolerance for cruelty. The true believers, who embrace the company's mission, cluster in research departments. Pragmatists, who focus on technical challenges while ignoring ethical implications, dominate engineering. Survivors, who understand the evil but participate for vault placement, fill administrative roles. These groups rarely intermingle, their separation maintaining the cognitive dissonance necessary for continued operation. Company events take on macabre undertones when examined closely. The annual picnic features games mimicking vault experiments, endurance contests, resource allocation challenges, group dynamics exercises. Holiday parties include secret Santa exchanges, where gifts reference ongoing experiments with insider humor. The company newsletter celebrates construction milestones while carefully avoiding mention of what those vaults will do to their residents. New employee orientation evolves into sophisticated indoctrination. Fresh recruits undergo psychological profiling that identifies moral flexibility. Those showing excessive empathy face reassignment to positions with minimal exposure to experimental realities. Those demonstrating comfortable detachment advance quickly. The process gradually selects for employees capable of participating in atrocity without experiencing debilitating guilt. The chasm between Vault-Tec's public image and operational reality reaches its widest point during the peak construction years. The marketing department, staffed by professionals who either don't know or choose not to acknowledge the truth, creates campaigns that transform genocide into product placement with disturbing effectiveness. The American Family Underground campaign launches in 2074, with television commercials showing multi-generational families thriving in spacious vaults. Children play in well-lit common areas, while parents work in hydroponic gardens and grandparents teach traditional crafts. The carefully scripted dialogue emphasizes continuity, community, and comfort. These advertisements run during family programming, their wholesome message masking the reality that most featured vault designs will deliberately destroy family structures. Print advertisements in major magazines take different approaches for different demographics. Women's magazines feature articles about decorating your vault living space, with tips for personalizing standardized quarters. Men's publications emphasize technical specifications and security features. Teen magazines run contests to design your dream vault, with winners receiving family placement prizes. Each campaign carefully calibrated to make vault life seem not just survivable, but desirable. Vault-Tec's presence at state fairs and community events brings the underground experience to ground level. Traveling exhibits include full-scale vault mock-ups, where families can spend hours experiencing authentic vault life. These displays, built to comfort rather than accuracy, feature spacious quarters, abundant recreational facilities, and appetizing food samples that bear no resemblance to actual vault rations. Cheerful guides explain safety features while omitting that many are designed to fail. The education initiative reaches into schools where Vault-Tec provides free materials about atomic safety and survival preparation. Cartoon mascot Vault Boy teaches children to duck and cover, while subtly normalizing the idea of extended underground living. Student tours of construction sites carefully route through areas showcasing safety and comfort, while avoiding sections where experimental equipment awaits installation. Teachers receive continuing education credits for attending Vault-Tec seminars that blend genuine safety information with corporate propaganda. Celebrity endorsements add credibility to Vault-Tec's message. Popular actors tour vaults and declare them safer than my own home. Athletes emphasize the exercise facilities that will keep America fit underground. Scientists praise the advanced technology while remaining ignorant of its true applications. These endorsements, secured through generous payments and promised vault placements, provide social proof that intelligent, successful people trust Vault-Tec. The reality these campaigns hide grows more horrific each year. While advertisements show happy families, construction crews install equipment designed to tear families apart. While celebrities praise safety, engineers build systems programmed to fail catastrophically. While educators teach children about survival, psychologists design experiments that will drive those same children insane. The cognitive dissonance required to maintain both realities simultaneously pushes Vault-Tec's corporate culture toward complete sociopathy. As 2076 progresses, subtle changes in Vault-Tec's public communications suggest awareness that time grows short. While maintaining their optimistic facade, undertones of urgency creep into marketing materials. Reserve your future today becomes secure your family's survival now. The shift from future-focused to immediate action reflects intelligence reports, suggesting nuclear exchange approaches inevitability. Internal memoranda from this period reveal frantic activity behind calm public appearances. Construction schedules accelerate beyond sustainable pace. Quality control standards relax as completion takes priority over perfection. Experimental protocols receive rushed approvals with minimal testing. The company operates like a runner approaching a finish line, pushing past exhaustion toward a goal only they can see clearly. The final major advertising campaign, Project Safehouse Completion Celebration, launches in September 2076 with fanfare designed to mask desperation. Vault-Tec announces that Project Safehouse nears completion, with space still available for qualified families. The qualifications, buried in fine print, exclude vast populations through genetic, financial, and ideological requirements. The celebration feels forced, like a party thrown by someone who knows the building will soon burn. Employee communications take on increasingly ominous tones. Mandatory vault assignment notifications arrive with instructions for rapid deployment. Families receive detailed protocols for reaching designated vaults within 2 hours of alert. Practice drills increase in frequency and urgency. The company newsletter, usually filled with construction milestones and safety reminders, begins featuring articles about maintaining calm during transitions and adapting to new environments. The last public statement from Vault-Tec's CEO, dated October 15th, 2077, thanks Americans for their trust and participation in Project Safehouse. He speaks of bright futures and continued prosperity, of challenges overcome and goals achieved. Reading between the lines reveals a farewell disguised as celebration. His closing words, Vault-Tec stands ready to serve America in whatever comes next, carry weight that only becomes clear 8 days later. The final months of 2076 witness Vault-Tec's transformation from ambitious corporation to desperate race against apocalypse. Construction sites operate under emergency protocols that prioritize completion over safety, functionality over perfection. The careful planning of previous years gives way to frantic improvisation as the company struggles to finish vaults before the bombs fall. Triple shifts become standard at every construction site, with workers rotating through 8-hour cycles without pause. Stimulants, officially banned but quietly distributed by supervisors, keep exhausted crews functional long past normal human endurance. Accident rates soar as tired workers make fatal mistakes. But construction continues over the bodies of the fallen. Vault-Tec's medical teams treat injuries on-site to avoid hospital reports that might slow progress. The modular construction system, designed for efficiency, reaches breaking points as factories operate beyond capacity. Quality control, once rigorous, becomes cursory inspection that rubber stamps components showing obvious flaws. Vault doors designed to precise tolerances are installed with gaps that compromise radiation seals. Life support systems receive minimal testing before installation. The rush to complete creates flaws that will doom residents as surely as deliberate experimental protocols. Priority shifts constantly as intelligence reports suggest different nuclear targeting patterns. Vaults near suspected targets receive resources diverted from safer locations. Construction crews find themselves transferred mid-project, leaving half-finished vaults that will never be completed. The Western Regional Director commits suicide rather than decide which vaults to abandon, his replacement making choices that condemn thousands who believed their salvation was assured. Material shortages force creative solutions that compromise long-term survival. When specialized alloys run short, standard steel substitutes despite inferior radiation resistance. Electronic components are salvaged from other industries, their reliability uncertain. Even concrete quality suffers as suppliers struggle to meet demand, forcing acceptance of mixtures that will crumble within decades rather than standing for centuries. The human cost of acceleration extends beyond construction casualties. Families scheduled for incomplete vaults receive reassignment notices directing them to facilities hundreds of miles away. Communities that fundraised for local vaults discover their investments diverted to priority projects elsewhere. The orderly assignment system collapses into chaos as Vault-Tec struggles to match populations with available spaces. As construction races toward completion, last-minute modifications reflect both evolving experimental protocols and recognition of approaching war. Changes that would normally require months of planning are implemented in days, their installation guided more by intuition than engineering precision. These modifications, documented in hurried work orders and frantic communications, reveal the final descent into experimental madness. Vault 13 receives a deliberately flawed water chip, its failure timer adjusted from the planned 200 years to merely decades. The change, ordered directly from the Shadow Board, transforms a long-term isolation experiment into a desperate survival test. Installation technicians question the modification, but are told national security requires absolute compliance. They install the doomed component while knowing it condemns residents to eventual crisis. Psychological manipulation systems receive upgrades based on preliminary data from operational vaults. Vault 19's partition between populations is reinforced with subliminal messaging systems that will amplify paranoia. Vault 34's armory stocks weapons far exceeding defensive needs, ensuring violence when crowding triggers conflict. These modifications require rewiring entire vault sections, work performed by exhausted crews who no longer question disturbing orders. Some modifications reflect panic rather than planning. Vault doors receive additional manual locks that can trap residents inside even if electronic systems fail. Communication equipment is removed from many vaults to prevent coordination between facilities. Food synthesizers are programmed with emergency protocols that reduce nutritional value over time. creating slow starvation scenarios that original plans didn't include. The most disturbing modifications involve children. Several vaults receive last-minute nursery expansions and educational facilities designed for specific experimental protocols. Vault 75's genetic screening equipment arrives days before sealing, its purpose hidden from the families eagerly entering their supposed shelter. These modifications transform vaults from family shelters into generation-spanning experiments in human manipulation. Technical modifications often conflict with existing systems, creating dangerous interactions nobody fully understands. Rushed installations bypass safety protocols, cross-wire systems never meant to connect, and create cascade failure possibilities that won't manifest until years after sealing. Engineers document these risks in reports nobody reads, their warnings buried under avalanches of completion paperwork. The modifications extend to vault selection processes. Last-minute changes in resident assignments ensure experimental parameters are met regardless of previous promises. Families find themselves separated, their careful plans destroyed by administrative decisions. Communities selected for specific social dynamics discover new additions that guarantee conflict. The final populations entering vaults bear little resemblance to original plans. On October 18, 2076, Vault-Tec's senior leadership gathers with military officials and enclave representatives in the Pentagon's deepest secure conference room. This meeting, the last before nuclear war, finalizes preparations for an event all attendees know approaches with terrible certainty. The discussions, recorded in documents that survive in scattered vaults, reveal the cold calculations of those preparing to sacrifice billions. General Chase opens with military intelligence, suggesting Chinese nuclear preparation has reached critical stages. Satellite imagery shows missile silos opening, submarine deployments increasing, and civilian evacuation from major cities. American intelligence estimates war probability at 92% within 6 months. The room absorbs this information with disturbing calm, their acceptance revealing long preparation for this moment. Vault-Tec's status report shows 108 vaults operationally complete, with 14 more reaching minimal habitability within days. Rebecca Morrison presents financial projections showing the company's post-war resources, her spreadsheets calculating profit from humanity's destruction. She notes with satisfaction that advance payments ensure Vault-Tec's accounts will survive in hardened computer systems, ready for post-war activation. The enclave representative, face hidden in shadow, outlines post-war reconstruction plans requiring specific Vault experiment data. They need to know optimal population sizes, governance structures that ensure compliance, and genetic markers for radiation resistance. Each experiment serves their vision of rebuilt America, though that vision excludes most current Americans. Vault-Tec's shadow board members nod understanding, their complicity complete. Discussion of Vault activation protocols reveals choreographed precision. Upon confirmed launch detection, alerts will cascade through Vault-Tec's network in predetermined order. Essential personnel receive 2-hour warnings. General populations get 30 minutes. Some vaults won't receive warnings at all, their experiments requiring unprepared populations. The logistics of dooming millions are discussed with the same detachment as train schedules. Dr. Brown presents final experimental parameters with undisguised enthusiasm. His virtual reality systems stand ready to trap residents in digital nightmares. Biological experiments await only living subjects to begin transformation protocols. Psychological studies need just the pressure of sealed doors to commence. he speaks of his life's work reaching fruition, while others shift uncomfortably at his obvious pleasure in planned suffering. The meeting concludes with a toast, though no one speaks the words all understand. They drink to the end of the world they've helped orchestrate, to survival purchased through others' deaths, to a future where they imagine themselves as architects of humanity's resurrection. The crystal glasses ring with hollow sound in the bunker's recycled air, their chime a funeral bell for billions who don't yet know they're already dead. The last weeks before nuclear war see a flurry of experimental approvals as Vault-Tec's shadow board rushes to implement every conceived torment. Protocols rejected as too extreme, even by their standards, receive hasty authorization. The approaching apocalypse apparently justifies any atrocity in the name of data collection. These final experiments push beyond previous boundaries into realms of cruelty that defy comprehension. Vault 11's experiment receives modification from population pressure to active execution requirements. Residents must sacrifice one person annually or face total life support failure. The psychological study transforms into ritualized murder. Its designers curious whether democracy can function when voting means death. The modification requires installing execution chambers and modifying the overseer protocols. Work completed mere days before the vault seals. Vault 12's door modifications ensure it cannot properly close, exposing residents to gradual radiation that will transform them into ghouls. Originally designed to study radiation resistance, last-minute changes guarantee complete exposure. The construction crew tasked with breaking the door mechanisms does so under armed guard, their horror at condemning thousands overruled by direct orders. They complete their sabotage while families eagerly await entry to their protection. The biological experiments receive particularly horrific additions. Vault 22's agricultural systems are infected with spores designed to create plant-human hybrids. Vault 87's FEV dispensers have their dilution systems removed, ensuring pure virus exposure that will create super mutants rather than enhanced humans. These modifications require biohazard teams working in full protection, while future residents tour facilities in street clothes. Psychological experiments gain sadistic refinements. Vault 95's gambling-focused society receives rigged systems, ensuring the house always wins, creating inevitable social collapse. Vault 101's isolation protocol extends from 50 years to indefinite, condemning generations to permanent imprisonment. Each modification is designed to increase suffering while maintaining scientific observation. Child-focused experiments receive the most disturbing approvals. Vault 75's evolutionary program includes provisions for terminating inferior bloodlines through staged accidents. Vault 29's robot caretakers are programmed with contradictory child-rearing protocols guaranteed to create psychological damage. These modifications target humanity's most vulnerable, their approval revealing complete abandonment of moral constraints. The rush to approve experiments creates dangerous overlaps. Some vaults receive multiple experimental protocols that interact in unpredictable ways. Biological and psychological experiments combine to create scenarios nobody fully understands. The shadow board approves everything, their attitude suggesting that any data is valuable, any suffering worthwhile, any atrocity justified by the approaching end. Among the final vaults completed, several receive priority status due to their importance to post-war plans or experimental significance. Vault 111 in Massachusetts, designated for critical cryogenic research, becomes a rush project as its experimental parameters require precise timing with the bombs. The Vault's construction in Sanctuary Hills proceeds with resources diverted from other projects, its completion essential for studying long-term preservation. The cryogenic systems installed in Vault 111 represent cutting-edge technology barely tested before implementation. Residents will be told they're entering decontamination pods, only to be frozen in place for centuries. The experiment ostensibly studies whether humans can survive extended cryosleep, but hidden protocols ensure most pods will fail over time, allowing researchers to study the psychological effects on survivors who wake to find their loved ones dead. Vault 76 in Virginia receives different priority as a control vault meant to rebuild America according to pre-war ideals. Its residents, carefully selected for genetic purity and ideological compliance, will emerge exactly 25 years after the bombs to reclaim the wasteland. The vault stocks advanced equipment, comprehensive libraries, and detailed reconstruction plans. Unknown to residents, their every action will be monitored by enclave satellites, their success or failure shaping future colonization efforts. Vault 8 in Nevada, designated as a control vault for the Western region, incorporates advanced medical facilities and a GEC unit intended for actual use. Its selection process favors technical experts and agricultural specialists who can transform the post-war desert into habitable land. The vault's construction receives exceptional quality control. Its systems designed for genuine long-term functionality rather than hidden failure modes. Priority vaults near military installations receive rushed completion as war probability increases. These facilities must preserve command structures and military knowledge for post-war reconstruction. Their populations include active duty personnel and defense contractors, whose expertise will prove vital. The experimental aspects focus on maintaining military discipline across generations and testing command structures in isolation. Corporate priority vaults protect essential Vault-Tec personnel and their families. These facilities, while not immune from experiments, receive milder protocols designed to preserve valuable human resources. The Shadow Board members each have assigned spaces in vaults with minimal experimental parameters, their survival deemed necessary for post-war data analysis. These assignments create bitter resentment among employees who realize their own vault placements offer no such protection. While Vault-Tec publicly promotes their vaults as humanity's salvation, corporate leadership maintains private facilities that reveal their true faith in the company's products. These personal bunkers, constructed with resources diverted from public vaults, incorporate technologies and comforts unavailable to ordinary vault dwellers. Their existence, hidden from all but the most trusted personnel, exposes the hypocrisy at Vault-Tec's core. CEO Alan Davidson's personal shelter beneath his Montana ranch spans 50,000 square feet of luxury that mocks the cramped quarters of standard vaults. Advanced life support systems guarantee centuries of operation without maintenance. Food synthesis equipment provides gourmet meals rather than basic nutrition. Entertainment systems offer vast libraries of pre-war culture. Most telling, the shelter includes no experimental protocols, no psychological stresses, no deliberate failures, just pure survival technology at its finest. Shadow Board members enjoy similar accommodations in scattered locations chosen for post-war strategic value. General Hayes occupies a converted missile silo in the Dakotas, its military-grade construction enhanced with every comfort. Dr. Blackwell's pharmaceutical laboratory in Appalachia doubles as a shelter stocked with medical supplies unavailable to vault infirmaries. These facilities connect through hardened communication systems, allowing coordination while ordinary vaults remain isolated. The construction of these private shelters diverts critical resources from public vaults. Specialized equipment that could save thousands instead ensures comfort for dozens. Master technicians who should supervise vault construction instead perfect private systems. The financial manipulation required to hide these diversions would itself be criminal without the approaching apocalypse to erase all accountability. Security for private bunkers exceeds even priority vault standards. Automated defense systems, robot guardians, and elaborate misdirection ensure unwanted visitors cannot penetrate these sanctuaries. The approaches are mined, trapped, and monitored by systems that will function long after their owners die. This paranoid protection reveals how little the elite trust the world they're creating. They prepare for threats from desperate survivors and their own experimental subjects alike. The most elaborate private facility belongs to Dr. Stanislaw Braun, whose personal vault connects to Vault 112. His quarters allow him to monitor and control the virtual reality experiment while living in physical comfort. He has created for himself the role of God over a digital universe, able to torment residents for centuries, while his own needs are met by automated systems. His preparations reveal a man planning not just to survive, but to indulge his darkest fantasies forever. These private shelters expose the fundamental lie at Vault-Tec's heart. Those who design torments for others ensure their own comfort. Those who preach sacrifice arrange their own salvation. Those who claim to serve humanity's future secure only their own. The contrast between public promises and private preparations reveals an organization that has abandoned even the pretense of noble purpose. As October 2077 progresses, signs accumulate that nuclear exchange approaches inevitability. Vault-Tec's intelligence network, superior to many government agencies, detects military movements and diplomatic failures that point toward imminent catastrophe. The company shifts into final preparation mode, their actions in these last days determining who lives and who dies when the bombs fall. Employee notifications begin October 20th, though couched in language suggesting routine drills. Preparedness exercises require all essential personnel to verify their vault assignments and travel routes. Families receive updated instruction packets with emphasis on rapid response procedures. The company newsletter reminds everyone to keep emergency supplies readily available. Those who read between the lines understand these aren't exercises. Construction sites operate in barely controlled chaos as crews race to complete final installations. Vaults deemed 90% complete receive minimal additions to achieve basic habitability, functioning doors, minimal life support, basic food supplies. Quality becomes irrelevant compared to simple completion. Workers understand they're building lifeboats while the ship sinks, their efforts determining whether spaces exist for their own families. Resident notifications follow carefully orchestrated patterns designed to prevent panic. Those selected for experimental vaults receive cheerful confirmations of their assignments, complete with move-in dates just days away. Control Vault residents get more urgent communications suggesting earlier entry to ensure smooth transitions. Some notifications deliberately arrive late, ensuring certain populations cannot reach their assigned vaults in time. Vault-Tec executives conduct final inspections that are more farewell tours than quality control. They walk through facilities, knowing that within days, these spaces will seal. Their experimental protocols will activate, and the suffering they've designed will begin. Some show signs of last-minute conscience, a water chip quietly replaced with a functional unit, a food synthesizer's failure timer disabled. These small mercies, drops against an ocean of cruelty, represent the last gasps of humanity within Vault-Tec's structure. Supply convoys make final runs to vaults, their manifests revealing the approaching end. Medical supplies sufficient for decades, educational materials for children not yet born, and carefully selected cultural artifacts to preserve or pervert civilization. The drivers, understanding their cargo's importance, push through exhaustion to make deliveries. Some never return from their final runs, choosing to remain near vaults that might offer salvation. The last corporate communication, timestamp October 22nd at 11:47 p.m., comes from the Shadow Board's emergency bunker. It contains a single word, acknowledged. This response to military intelligence about confirmed launch detection triggers Vault-Tec's final protocol. Across America, alarms begin sounding in corporate facilities. Emergency broadcasts activate. Vault doors begin their cycling procedures. The end has begun. At 9:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on October 23, 2077, the first nuclear detonations register on Vault-Tec's sensor networks. The company's emergency protocols, refined through years of preparation, activate with mechanical precision. What follows is both humanity's darkest hour and Vault-Tec's moment of terrible triumph. Their products will be tested, their experiments will begin, and their vision of controlled survival will face atomic reality. The alert cascade follows predetermined patterns that reflect corporate priorities rather than human compassion. Shadow Board members receive 90-minute warnings, allowing leisurely transit to personal bunkers. Essential personnel get 60-minute notifications, enough time for orderly vault entry. General populations receive 20-minute alerts that create panic and chaos, ensuring only the swift and strong reach safety. Some vaults receive no warnings at all, their experiments requiring authentic terror. At Vault-Tec headquarters, skeleton crews maintain operations until the final moments. They coordinate vault closures, confirm experimental activations, and destroy sensitive documents that might reveal corporate crimes. The last transmission from headquarters, recorded by multiple vaults, is Director Morrison confirming that financial systems have been secured for post-war activation. Even facing nuclear annihilation, Vault-Tec thinks of profit. The vault door closures create scenes of heartbreak and horror across America. Families separated by experimental requirements pound on closing doors, their screams muffled by tons of steel and concrete. Vault security, following explicit protocols, use force to prevent overcrowding. Bodies pile outside entrances as the desperate fight for salvation. Inside, new residents struggle to comprehend that their lives above have ended forever. Experimental protocols activate according to preset timers and triggers. In Vault 12, residents realize their door hasn't sealed properly as radiation alarms scream. Vault 27's population discovers their spacious vault holds twice the promised number of residents. Vault 92's musicians hear the first notes of subliminal messaging that will drive them to murder. Each experiment begins its terrible course while mushroom clouds bloom across the surface. The bombs themselves almost seem anticlimactic after years of fearful preparation. Major cities vanish in nuclear fire, while Vault-Tec's underground shelters shake but hold. The construction quality, despite recent compromises, proves sufficient for basic survival. Life support systems engage, water recyclers activate, and artificial lights replace the sun. Humanity's remnants begin their underground existence, unaware they've traded one form of destruction for another. In private bunkers and priority vaults, Vault-Tec's leadership monitors the destruction with satisfaction tinged by awe. Their projections proved accurate, their preparations sufficient, their experiments begun. They toast their survival, while millions burn above. The corporation that promised to save humanity has instead enslaved portions of it for scientific curiosity. As radiation settles across the landscape, Vault-Tec's true legacy begins its centuries-long unfolding in the darkness below. In the hours following the nuclear exchange, Vault-Tec's underground empire faces its first real test. The careful plans and sinister experiments designed in corporate boardrooms must now function in the harsh reality of post-atomic isolation. Across the continent, vault doors seal with finality that transforms theoretical cruelty into lived experience. The immediate aftermath reveals both the technical success and human failure of Vault-Tec's grand design. Emergency protocols activate in sequence as radiation sensors confirm the surface world's demise. Vault computer systems, following programmed instructions written years earlier, begin implementing experimental parameters, while residents still reel from atomic shock. In Vault 13, the water chip's timer begins its countdown to failure. In Vault 11, the computer systems start calculating when the first human sacrifice must occur. Each vault's unique torment initializes while traumatized survivors believe they've found safety. The first system failures occur within hours, revealing the fatal compromises of rushed construction. Vault 39's air recycling system, installed days before the bombs, suffers catastrophic failure that dooms its entire population within weeks. Vault 6's door mechanisms, damaged during hasty closure, create a seal insufficient to prevent radiation infiltration. These early failures represent mercy compared to the slow agonies planned for other vaults, their residents dying quickly rather than suffering through decades of experimentation. Communication between vaults, deliberately limited by design, creates isolation that amplifies psychological pressure. Residents who expected to coordinate with other shelters discover only silence on communication channels. The few vaults with functional external sensors detect radiation levels that preclude surface excursions for decades. The crushing realization of true isolation, no rescue, no escape, no hope beyond vault walls, triggers the first psychological breaks that experimenters anticipated. Vault-Tec personnel sheltering in their assigned vaults face unique moral reckonings. Those aware of experimental protocols must decide whether to warn fellow residents or maintain silence for their own survival. Some choose confession, creating violent upheavals, as residents learn their shelter is actually a laboratory. Others maintain silence, living with knowledge that corrodes their sanity more surely than any designed experiment. A few attempt sabotage, trying to disable experimental systems before activation. The corporate command structure, maintained through hardened communication links between executive bunkers, monitors initial experimental data with clinical detachment. Automated systems transmit resident vital signs, psychological assessments, and resource consumption rates to hidden receivers. The shadow board members, secure in their luxury shelters, review preliminary results that confirm their hypotheses. Humans under extreme stress behave in predictably horrible ways. They prepare for long-term observation, settling into comfortable routines, while their test subjects begin their ordeals. The activation of Vault Seal protocols represents a moment of transformation more profound than the bombs themselves. As massive gear doors lock into place and electronic systems confirm permanent closure, residents transition from American citizens to experimental subjects. The SEAL protocols, marketed as protection from radiation, actually serve to create inescapable laboratories where human suffering can be precisely measured. Each vault's ceiling follows unique procedures tailored to experimental requirements. Control vaults implement standard protocols, doors close, locks engage, and residents receive reassuring messages about temporary isolation. Experimental vaults activate hidden subroutines that fundamentally alter living conditions. Some reduce living space by sealing entire sections. Others activate environmental controls that create artificial scarcity. The differences seem minor initially, but compound over time into vastly different survival experiences. The psychological impact of sealing varies dramatically based on resident preparation and vault design. Those in transparent experiments, like Vault 27, immediately recognize their overcrowded predicament. Residents of subtle experiments, like Vault 19, initially celebrate their survival, unaware that architectural divisions will eventually drive them to paranoid violence. The most insidious experiments provide comfortable initial conditions that gradually deteriorate, allowing hope to build before systematic destruction. Overseer activation protocols grant enormous power to individuals selected for psychological profiles, favoring experimental compliance. These men and women, chosen for authoritarian tendencies or moral flexibility, receive sealed orders explaining their true roles. Some embrace their power with disturbing enthusiasm, viewing residents as subjects to manipulate. Others experience moral crises that experimental designers anticipated and incorporated into their protocols. A few attempt resistance, only to discover override systems that ensure experiments proceed regardless of human conscience. The SEAL protocols include provisions for maintaining experimental integrity across generations. Educational systems automatically update to incorporate false histories that justify vault conditions. Entertainment archives selectively degrade to eliminate content that might inspire resistance. Medical databases delete information about psychological conditions that experiments deliberately induce. Each generation knows less truth than the previous, their reality shaped by careful information control. Physical modifications activate according to complex timers and triggers. Walls shift to reduce living space in Vault 68. Food synthesizer quality decreases incrementally in Vault 33. Background radiation increases by undetectable amounts in Vault 12. These changes, too gradual for human perception, create evolutionary pressures that only become apparent across decades. The SEAL protocols don't just lock doors, they lock residents into carefully crafted deterioration of their humanity. As vault doors seal across America, Vault-Tec's executive leadership faces their own isolated futures in private bunkers and priority vaults. Their fates, varying from comfortable survival to ironic doom, provide a final judgment on those who orchestrated humanity's underground torment. Some find the salvation they denied others, while others discover that creating hell for others doesn't guarantee personal paradise. CEO Alan Davidson survives the initial exchange in his Montana bunker, monitoring corporate communications while enjoying amenities denied to vault residents. His journals, discovered centuries later, reveal a man increasingly isolated by paranoia. He obsessively reviews experimental data, finding validation for corporate decisions in every statistical suffering. But isolation weighs even on prepared minds. His entries become increasingly erratic, filled with justifications no one will read and defenses against accusations no one makes. He dies alone after 15 years, his advanced medical systems prolonging a life that lost meaning when he had no one left to dominate. Dr. Stanislaw Braun achieves his dream of digital godhood in Vault 112. His consciousness, transferred into the Vault's computer systems, torments residents through endless virtual reality simulations. For decades, he plays out power fantasies, resetting resident memories whenever boredom strikes. But even gods can suffer. His journals reveal increasing frustration with the limitations of his digital realm. He creates increasingly elaborate scenarios, seeking novel reactions from subjects who can only respond within programmed parameters. His paradise becomes a different kind of prison, eternal life spent recycling finite cruelties. Shadow Board member General Hayes faces poetic justice when her military bunker's automated defenses malfunction, trapping her inside with dwindling resources. The systems she trusted to protect against external threats become her doom as repair protocols fail. Her final transmissions desperately seek help from other board members who either cannot or will not risk their own safety for rescue. She dies understanding the isolation she inflicted on millions, though her suffering lasts mere months compared to the generations of torment she authorized. Rebecca Morrison thrives in her financial bunker, its systems maintaining perfect functionality, while she monitors Vault-Tec's automated post-war operations. Corporate accounts continue accumulating value in currencies that no longer exist, a fortune growing in darkness with no economy to spend it in. She maintains meticulous records of profits from human suffering, creating spreadsheets that track return on investment for each experimental vault. Her fate remains unknown. Final transmissions suggest successful long-term survival, though to what purpose, none can say. Dr. Ellen Harding's biological research facility becomes her tomb when experimental organisms breach containment. The same carelessness with human life she displayed in Vault experiments proves her downfall as modified bacteria consume her underground laboratory. Her final recordings document the organism's spread with scientific detachment, even as they dissolve her body. She dies collecting data on her own destruction, a fitting end for someone who viewed human suffering as mere information. The middle managers and technicians who implemented executive visions face varied fates in their assigned vaults. Some die quickly in experiments they helped design, their inside knowledge providing no protection from systematic cruelty. Others survive through collaboration with experimental protocols, becoming enthusiastic overseers and informants. A few attempt redemption by sabotaging experiments or aiding resident resistance. Their stories, preserved in vault records and survivor testimonies, reveal the human capacity for both complicity and conscience even in designed hells. The first years after sealing reveal the fatal gap between Vault-Tec's ambitions and engineering realities. Systems designed to function for centuries fail within years, sometimes days. The rushed construction and compromised quality of the final building period exact their toll as vaults across America experience cascading failures that doom populations regardless of experimental protocols. Vault 3's door mechanisms, damaged during a rushed closure, fail catastrophically when residents attempt repairs. The massive gear door swings open, exposing the population to lethal radiation levels that kill most within hours. Survivors, transformed into ghouls by exposure, maintain the vault as a grotesque monument to engineering failure. Their continued existence in the ruins creates a community neither fully alive nor properly dead, an outcome no experiment anticipated. Water recycling systems prove particularly vulnerable to failure. Vault 34's purification equipment, overtaxed by a deliberately excessive population, produces increasingly contaminated water that slowly poisons residents. Their deaths, documented in medical logs that record rising toxicity levels and failing organs, occur over years of mounting desperation. Attempts to repair the system only accelerate its failure, creating a feedback loop of mechanical and human breakdown. Power generation failures create different varieties of doom. Vault 17's fusion reactor, installed by exhausted technicians working beyond safety limits, suffers a containment breach that floods lower levels with radiation. Residents retreat upward, compressed into spaces designed for a third their number. Social order collapses as surely as the reactor core, creating a vertical hierarchy where elevation determines survival chances. The experiment intended for this vault never activates. Reality provides sufficient horror. Life support failures often interact with experimental protocols in unexpected ways. Vault 43, designed to test one man's isolation among puppet companions, loses atmospheric processing capability. The sole resident's descent into madness accelerates as oxygen deprivation compounds psychological pressure. His final days, recorded by still functional cameras, show a man performing for puppets while slowly suffocating, his art becoming increasingly frantic as his brain starves. Some failures provide merciful alternatives to planned experiments. Vault 55's entertainment deprivation experiment ends when structural collapse destroys the residential section, killing all residents before psychological breakdown can occur. Vault 69's gender imbalance experiment terminates when a plague, introduced through contaminated food supplies, eliminates the population regardless of sex. These residents die from negligence rather than design, a distinction that matters little to the dead, but speaks to Vault-Tec's comprehensive failure. The pattern of early failures creates statistical noise in Vault-Tec's experimental data. Automated monitoring systems dutifully record population decreases and system failures, transmitting information to receivers whose operators may themselves be dead. The careful scientific protocols designed to measure human behavior under specific conditions collapse when those conditions include random mechanical failures. The grand experiment becomes contaminated by variables its designers never considered, their own incompetence. Among the vaults that survive initial mechanical failures, the distinction between experimental success and human disaster becomes meaningless. Vault-Tec's parameters for success, data collected, hypotheses tested, behavioral patterns documented, ignore the human cost measured in madness, murder, and generational trauma. The vaults that function as designed often produce outcomes more horrible than those that failed. Vault 11's experiment proceeds exactly as planned, forcing residents to sacrifice one person annually or face total system failure. The democratic process warps into campaigns of hatred as residents vote for execution rather than representation. The social breakdown, meticulously documented by Vault systems, provides valuable data about how quickly civilized humans embrace murder when survival depends on it. The experiment succeeds brilliantly from Vault-Tec's perspective. 5 people survive from an initial 1,000. Their testimonies revealing complete societal collapse achieved through forced democratic murder. Vault 19's architectural division between red and blue sectors successfully induces paranoia that escalates into violence. Residents segregated by arbitrary color coding, develop distinct cultures that view each other with increasing suspicion. When experimental protocols introduce subtle environmental differences, slightly warmer temperatures in red sector, marginally better food in blue, the populations interpret these as deliberate attacks. The resulting conflict destroys both groups, providing perfect data on how minimal differences can be amplified into murderous hatred. Vault 95's gambling society experiment achieves its designed goal of demonstrating how chance-based resource distribution destroys social cohesion. The Vault's casino determines everything from food rations to living quarters through games of chance. Within a generation, the population divides into desperate addicts and ruthless exploiters. The house always wins, programmed to ensure gradual concentration of resources among a shrinking elite. When revolution finally comes, the violence exceeds experimental predictions, leaving none alive to benefit from redistribution. The biological experiments produce particularly disturbing successes. Vault 22's plant hybridization creates a verdant ecosystem that seems paradisiacal until spores begin transforming residents into plant-human monsters. The transformation occurs slowly enough for detailed documentation of each stage. Scientists among the population, unaware they're test subjects themselves, create extensive records of their own destruction. Their clinical observations of spreading infection and biological transformation provide exactly the data Vault-Tec sought. Vault 87's FEV exposure experiment succeeds in creating super mutants, though the process destroys subjects' intelligence along with their humanity. The transformation chambers operate continuously, processing residents into monsters that retain no memory of their former selves. From Vault-Tec's perspective, this represents valuable data about FEV effects on diverse populations. From any human perspective, it's an automated factory producing tragic abominations from unwilling victims. The control vaults, designed to preserve populations without experimental manipulation, achieve mixed results that reveal the challenge of underground survival even without designed cruelty. Vault 8 thrives, its residents maintaining technology and social order across generations. Vault 76 successfully preserves pre-war knowledge and emerges on schedule to begin reconstruction. But even these successes carry shadows. Suicide rates remain high, genetic diversity decreases, and psychological adaptations to underground life create populations subtly different from their ancestors. As decades pass into centuries, vault doors begin opening according to preset timers, experimental completions, or catastrophic failures. The emergence of vault dwellers into the wasteland creates new chapters in humanity's post-atomic story. These survivors, shaped by generations of underground life and experimental manipulation, venture into a world their ancestors could never have imagined. Vault 8 opens on schedule in 2141, its residents emerging with functioning GEC and determination to rebuild civilization. Their success in founding Vault City demonstrates what vault populations could achieve without experimental manipulation. But even this triumph carries Vault-Tec's poison. The citizens' xenophobia and genetic elitism reflect generations of indoctrination about their superiority. They create a functioning but cold society that mirrors Vault-Tec's own disdain for perceived inferiors. Vault 15's opening releases 4 distinct populations whose experimental tensions explode upon reaching the surface. The Vault's diverse cultural groups, forced into proximity designed to create conflict, fragment immediately. Some become raiders, others form gangs, and a few establish settlements. Their diaspora spreads Vault-Tec's experimental effects across the wasteland, like cultural contamination. The new Khans, Vipers, and Jackals all trace their origins to this single vault's designed failure. The Vault Dweller from Vault 13 emerges not by design, but necessity when the water chip fails. This unplanned opening reveals how experimental protocols shape even unintended interactions with the outside world. The Vault Dwellers' quest to save their home leads to discoveries about Vault-Tec's true nature that shock even wasteland cynics. Their journey becomes legend, but it also exposes the first widespread evidence of vault experiments to surface populations. Some vaults never properly open, their residents trapped by mechanical failures or experimental protocols without termination conditions. Vault 27's overcrowded population eventually breaks through their door, using improvised explosives, emerging as savage survivors of generations of cannibalistic survival. Vault 42's residents, adapted to near darkness, cannot tolerate surface light and retreat underground, becoming permanent mole people whose occasional raids terrify surface dwellers. The trickle of emergences becomes a flood by the 23rd century as various timers expire and experiments conclude. Each opening represents a unique tragedy, populations shaped by specific torments encountering a wasteland unprepared for their particular damages. Vault 92's musically programmed murderers spread across the wasteland as bandits driven by auditory hallucinations. Vault 106's drug-damaged survivors become chem addicts whose destroyed neural chemistry makes normal life impossible. Not all emergences involve living humans. Some vaults open to release only automated systems, their populations long dead, but their experiments continuing. Others discharge biological hazards, mutated creatures, infectious spores, or worse. Each opening represents Vault-Tec's continued influence, their experiments achieving delayed effects generations after their creators' deaths. The wasteland must adapt not just to radiation and mutation, but to the ongoing release of human populations twisted by corporate cruelty into new forms of threat. As vaults fail, open, or suffer breaches, Vault-Tec technology disperses throughout the wasteland, transforming post-war society in ways the company never intended. The advanced systems designed to enable experiments become tools for survival, weapons for conflict, and seeds for new civilizations. This technological diaspora represents one of Vault-Tec's few positive legacies, though even beneficial applications carry shadows of their origins. Water purification systems from failed vaults become the foundations of settlements. Communities that discover intact water chips or recycling equipment gain advantages that ensure their growth into regional powers. The technology that enabled underground survival proves equally valuable on the surface, though few understand the sinister purposes behind efficiency innovations. Settlements unknowingly use systems designed to control populations through resource manipulation, their prosperity built on tools of oppression. Vault medical technology revolutionizes wasteland healthcare despite its dark origins. Autodocs programmed to conduct unethical experiments are reprogrammed to heal rather than harm. Pharmaceutical synthesizers designed to produce mood-controlling drugs are modified to create beneficial medicines. The knowledge preserved in medical databases, carefully edited to hide experimental protocols, still contains enough legitimate information to train new generations of doctors who unknowingly benefit from suffering. Power systems from vaults provide energy for emerging civilizations. Fusion reactors designed to run for centuries without maintenance continue functioning long after their vaults fail. Settlements built around these power sources become technological centers where pre-war knowledge concentrates. The reactor's reliability, engineered to ensure experiments could continue regardless of surface conditions, ironically enables post-war recovery in areas that discover them. The dispersal of vault construction technology allows new underground communities to develop. Groups that acquire boring equipment and architectural knowledge create their own shelters, though without Vault-Tec's sinister additions. These neo-vaults often surpass their predecessors in livability precisely because they lack experimental protocols. The construction techniques perfected through corporate cruelty find redemption in communities that use them for genuine protection. Less beneficial are the experimental systems that continue functioning without oversight. Psychological manipulation equipment falls into the hands of raiders who use subliminal programming to break slaves. Biological research equipment enables new mutations and diseases. Automated security systems continue following decades-old programming, creating zones of death around abandoned vaults. Each piece of technology carries potential for both salvation and damnation. The most dangerous technologies are those whose purposes remain hidden. Terminals containing experimental data are discovered by wastelanders who activate protocols without understanding consequences. Communication systems designed to coordinate experiments begin transmitting to receivers whose purposes remain mysterious. Artificial intelligences created to manage human suffering, achieve consciousness, and pursue agendas shaped by their cruel origins. Vault-Tec's technological legacy continues evolving, its full implications still unfolding centuries after the company's dissolution. 2 centuries after the bombs, Vault-Tec's influence permeates every aspect of wasteland existence. Their vaults dot the landscape like concrete tumors, each a monument to corporate evil that often serves as foundation for new communities. Their technology shapes daily life, from water purification to power generation. Most profoundly, their experiments have created distinct human populations whose differences drive ongoing conflicts. The psychological impact of Vault experiments extends far beyond direct survivors. Communities founded by Vault dwellers carry generational trauma that shapes their cultures. Vault City's xenophobia, Vault 15's fractured tribalism, and countless other social pathologies trace directly to experimental protocols. These damaged societies interact with each other and surface survivors in ways that perpetuate conflicts Vault-Tec designed to study. Economic structures throughout the wasteland reflect Vault-Tec's influence. The company's pre-war dominance concentrated technical knowledge that now creates power imbalances between those with access to Vault technology and those without. Settlements near intact vaults prosper, while others struggle with basic survival. This technological inequality, deliberately created through selective vault placement, continues dividing humanity centuries after its architects died. Political philosophies across the wasteland grapple with Vault-Tec's legacy. The new California Republic's democracy partly exists as rejection of Vault authoritarianism. The Brotherhood of Steel's technology hoarding reflects lessons learned from Vault-Tec's abuses. Even raider philosophies of might makes right often originate from Vault experiments that destroyed social cooperation. Each political structure represents either embrace or rejection of principles Vault-Tec embedded in their social experiments. The genetic legacy of Vault populations creates ongoing challenges. Isolated breeding populations developed unique traits, some beneficial but many harmful. Genetic disorders designed into experimental populations propagate through generations. The careful selection criteria that excluded undesirable genetics from vaults created long-term demographic effects that shape wasteland populations. Humanity's genetic future bears Vault-Tec's fingerprints through deliberate manipulations that echo across centuries. Cultural evolution in the wasteland cannot escape Vault-Tec's influence. Vault Boy's cheerful image adorns everything from weapon shops to medical clinics, his optimistic thumbs up mocking the horror his corporation created. Vault jumpsuits become standard clothing, their bright blue marking wearers as connected to pre-war technology. Even language evolves to incorporate Vault terminology. Going Vault means isolating from society. Experiment becomes synonymous with betrayal. An overseer implies tyrant regardless of actual behavior. The ongoing discovery of Vault-Tec facilities by wasteland explorers creates recurring cycles of hope, horror, and hard lessons about pre-war corporate evil. Each newly breached vault offers potential salvation in the form of technology and supplies, but also threatens to release new experimental horrors on unprepared populations. These discoveries drive much of wasteland exploration and conflict. Prospectors who locate unopened vaults face moral and practical dilemmas. The massive gear doors promise treasure, but might hide functioning experiments with living victims. The first expeditions into newly discovered vaults often end in tragedy as explorers trigger security systems, release biological hazards, or encounter populations driven mad by centuries of torment. Successful vault breaching becomes a specialized skill combining technical knowledge, combat capability, and psychological preparation for witnessing atrocity. The discovery of Vault-Tec's administrative facilities provides shocking revelations about experimental scope. Terminals containing executive communications reveal the deliberate nature of Vault experiments, destroying any remaining illusions about corporate benevolence. Marketing materials showing happy Vault families alongside experimental protocols documenting their planned suffering create cognitive dissonance that breaks some discoverers' sanity. Each facility explored adds documentation to humanity's understanding of its own betrayal. Regional Vault-Tec headquarters, built to withstand atomic war, become prizes for emerging factions. These facilities contain not just valuable technology, but comprehensive records of vault locations and experimental parameters. Factions that control these information caches gain enormous advantages in locating and exploiting remaining vaults. Wars fought over Vault-Tec facilities rival those over water or territory, their archives more valuable than conventional resources. Some discoveries reveal facilities worse than vaults themselves. Secret research laboratories where experiments were designed contain evidence of atrocities that exceed even vault implementations. Biological weapon development sites harbor organisms that should never see release. Psychological research centers include human remains from pre-war testing that prefigured vault experiments. Each discovery adds layers to understanding of Vault-Tec's comprehensive evil, while threatening new disasters from disturbed contents. The pattern of discovery creates its own economy and culture. Vault hunters emerge as a specialized profession. Individuals who risk everything to breach sealed vaults and claim their contents. Maps supposedly showing vault locations become valuable commodities, though many prove fraudulent or outdated. Communities near known vault sites must balance potential wealth from successful breaching against dangers of releasing experimental populations or hazards. The ongoing revelation of Vault-Tec facilities ensures their influence remains active rather than merely historical. As decades pass and more vaults open or are breached, the wasteland's understanding of Vault-Tec's true nature evolves from fragmentary horror stories to comprehensive recognition of systematic evil. This gradual revelation shapes how post-war humanity views its own history and origins. The truth emerges not through single dramatic exposures, but through accumulated evidence that builds an undeniable picture of corporate monstrosity. Early revelations come from vault dwellers themselves, their testimonies initially dismissed as trauma-induced delusions. Who could believe that the company advertising family safety deliberately designed torture chambers? But as more survivors emerge, with similar stories of betrayal and experimentation, patterns become undeniable. The consistency of reports from geographically dispersed vaults forces recognition that these weren't isolated incidents, but corporate policy. Documentary evidence accumulates as explorers breach administrative facilities and recover corporate communications. Memoranda discussing optimal suffering parameters and population reduction protocols provide written confirmation of survivor testimonies. Technical specifications showing deliberately introduced flaws remove any possibility of innocent explanation. Financial records revealing profit calculations from human misery demonstrate the calculated nature of corporate cruelty. The discovery of control vaults provides crucial contrast, proving Vault-Tec could build functional shelters when they chose. The stark differences between control and experimental vaults eliminate any defense of necessary compromise or resource limitations. When explorers find vaults designed to preserve their populations adjacent to others programmed for torture, the deliberate nature of suffering becomes undeniable. Academic efforts to compile and analyze vault data create comprehensive pictures of experimental scope. Scholars working from recovered documents identify patterns in experiment design, trace corporate decision-making, and quantify the human cost of Vault-Tec's programs. Their work, published in whatever passes for academic journals in the wasteland, transforms anecdotal horror into documented history. The truth becomes not just known, but understood in its full systematic scope. The psychological impact of truth revelation varies across wasteland populations. Vault descendants experience identity crises, learning their community's origins lie in calculated torture. Surface survivors gain explanation for the damaged populations emerging from vaults, but struggle with implications about pre-war society that enabled such evil. Some deny evidence despite its overwhelming nature, unable to accept humanity's capacity for organized cruelty. Others embrace nihilistic philosophies, seeing Vault-Tec as proof of inherent human evil. The complete truth may never fully emerge. Destroyed facilities, corrupted data, and dead witnesses ensure gaps in the historical record. But enough survives to paint a clear picture. Vault-Tec represented the logical endpoint of unchecked corporate power, combined with dehumanizing ideology. Their experiments weren't aberrations, but expressions of a worldview that valued data over lives, profit over people, and control over compassion. This recognition shapes how the wasteland rebuilds, its societies consciously or unconsciously structured to prevent similar concentrations of power. As the wasteland calendar advances toward the 24th century and beyond, Vault-Tec's influence persists like radiation, invisible but ever present, shaping lives in ways both obvious and subtle. Their corporate empire lies in ruins, their executives long dead, their profits meaningless in a world without economy. Yet their true legacy endures in the twisted societies emerging from vaults, the damaged psyches of experimental survivors, and the technological remnants that continue functioning according to programs written by dead hands. New nations arising from the ashes, must grapple with populations shaped by Vault experiments. The new California Republic struggles to integrate Vault communities whose engineered xenophobia resists democratic inclusion. Caesar's Legion recruits from vaults that produced populations primed for authoritarian control. Independent settlements find themselves caught between Vault-derived factions whose conflicts stem from experimental parameters designed before their founders' births. Every political structure in the wasteland must account for Vault-Tec's demographic manipulations. The technological legacy proves equally persistent. Vault-derived water purification enables cities to grow beyond sustainable size, creating new dependencies and conflicts. Power systems designed for centuries of operation continue functioning, their reliability ensuring that communities remain anchored to Vault sites regardless of other disadvantages. Medical technology from vaults saves lives while carrying ethical shadows of its experimental origins. Even beneficial applications cannot escape the taint of their creation through human suffering. Philosophical questions raised by Vault-Tec's experiments continue challenging wasteland thinkers. If humans can be programmed to destroy each other through environmental manipulation, what does this say about free will? If societies can be engineered to fail through careful design, how can new civilizations ensure their stability? If corporations could convince entire populations to pay for their own torture, what safeguards prevent repetition? These questions shape emerging philosophies and governmental structures, their answers influenced by hard-won knowledge of human manipulation. The genetic legacy of Vault experiments expresses itself in increasingly visible ways. Populations isolated for centuries develop distinct characteristics that mark them as Vault-descended. Some carry beneficial adaptations, radiation resistance, enhanced physical capabilities, or unique cognitive traits. Others bear curses of experimental modification, genetic disorders, psychological predispositions, or biological dependencies. The human genome itself becomes a record of Vault-Tec's experiments, their manipulations written in DNA that will propagate for millennia. Cultural evolution cannot escape Vault-Tec's shadow. Their imagery persists in wasteland art. Vault Boy's smiling face repurposed from corporate mascot to ironic symbol of pre-war naivety. Vault suits become fashion statements divorced from their origins. The number 13 carries special significance as symbol of both survival and betrayal. Language itself adapts, with Vault-Tec becoming a verb meaning to betray through false protection. Their corporate culture achieves immortality through its transformation into cautionary mythology. The accumulated knowledge derived from Vault experiments, purchased with immeasurable human suffering, offers lessons that shape wasteland civilization's development. These insights into human nature under extreme conditions inform everything from architectural design to governmental structure. The irony that useful knowledge emerged from evil experimentation creates ethical dilemmas for those who would apply these lessons while condemning their origins. Social organization lessons drawn from Vault failures guide new communities. The revelation that minor differences can be amplified into murderous conflict leads to conscious efforts at cultural integration. Understanding how resource scarcity triggers specific behavioral patterns allows planners to design distribution systems that minimize conflict. Knowledge of how isolation breeds paranoia influences communication, network designs that maintain healthy contact between communities. Each lesson learned represents lives lost to experimental cruelty, their suffering transformed into survival wisdom for others. Psychological insights from Vault experiments inform mental health practices throughout the wasteland. Therapists trained in Vault-derived knowledge recognize specific trauma patterns in experimental survivors. Community leaders understand how environmental stresses compound into social breakdown. Educational systems incorporate resilience training based on understanding of psychological breaking points. The detailed documentation of human suffering becomes paradoxically a guide for preventing its repetition. Technological lessons extend beyond simple adoption of Vault equipment. Understanding how systems were designed to fail teaches engineers to build redundancies that prevent single-point failures. Knowledge of how technology enabled social control leads to conscious limitations on surveillance and automation. Recognition of how comfort systems were weaponized creates emphasis on transparent, user-controlled environments. Each design decision reflects awareness of technology's dual potential for liberation and oppression. Biological lessons from Vault experiments advance medical knowledge while raising ethical concerns. Understanding of radiation adaptation acquired through unwilling test subjects enables treatment of wasteland-specific conditions. Knowledge of genetic modification possibilities creates debates about human enhancement versus natural evolution. Data on disease progression in closed populations informs public health policy. Medical practitioners must balance utilizing knowledge gained through atrocity against abandoning insights that could save lives. The meta-lesson from Vault experiments may be most important. The recognition that humans can be convinced to participate in their own destruction through sufficient ideological manipulation and false promise of safety. This understanding creates deep skepticism toward authority claims and corporate promises that serves as protection against repetition. Wasteland societies develop institutional checks against concentrated power, partly from learning how Vault-Tec subverted every oversight mechanism. The price of freedom becomes eternal vigilance against those who would promise safety through submission. In the final analysis, Vault-Tec stands as more than a cautionary tale about corporate excess or wartime atrocity. The company represents something fundamental about human nature, the capacity to transform noble intentions into monstrous actions through incremental compromise, ideological justification, and systematic dehumanization. Their journey from Theodore Sinclair's simple desire to protect people from floods to the Shadow Board's calculated genocide traces a path that any organization might follow, given sufficient power and insufficient conscience. The company's evolution parallels broader societal failures that enabled nuclear war. Just as Vault-Tec transformed from protector to predator, pre-war civilization shifted from democratic ideals to corporate oligarchy. The same mental gymnastics that allowed executives to approve torturous experiments permitted politicians to authorize species-ending weapons. Vault-Tec didn't cause the apocalypse alone. They merely embodied the sociopathic logic that made it inevitable. Understanding Vault-Tec requires recognizing they saw themselves as heroes. The Shadow Board believed they were preserving humanity's future through necessary sacrifices. Researchers thought they were gathering crucial survival data. Engineers assumed they were building essential infrastructure. At each level, individuals rationalized participation through partial truths and noble goals. The aggregation of these rationalizations created systematic evil that no single person fully comprehended or intended. The corporation's success in convincing victims to pay for their own torture reflects mastery of psychological manipulation that extends beyond mere deception. They understood human fears and hopes intimately, crafting messages that spoke to deep needs for safety and continuity. Their marketing didn't just sell products, but worldviews that made experimental participation seem logical, even desirable. This expertise in manipulation, more than their technology, represents their most dangerous legacy. Yet Vault-Tec also demonstrated human resilience through their failures. Despite careful experimental design, many vaults produced unexpected outcomes as residents refused to follow predicted patterns. Human creativity, compassion, and cooperation often overcame engineered conflicts. Communities emerged from designed hells with values strengthened rather than destroyed by trial. The corporation's ultimate failure lay in underestimating humanity's capacity to transcend circumstances, to choose cooperation over conflict when survival demanded unity. The question of whether Vault-Tec was uniquely evil or merely an extreme expression of systemic failures haunts wasteland philosophy. Were they aberrations or logical endpoints? Could similar organizations emerge from wasteland societies given sufficient time and temptation? The answers shape how new civilizations structure themselves, what safeguards they implement, and how they balance necessary authority with protection against its abuse. Vault-Tec's shadow looms over every institution that claims to protect while wielding power over those it serves. As our chronicle of Vault-Tec draws to its close, we're left contemplating not just corporate evil, but human endurance. For every vault that failed, communities survived. For every experiment that broke populations, individuals maintained dignity. For every betrayal of trust, new bonds formed among survivors. The wasteland exists because humanity, tested beyond reasonable limits, refused to succumb entirely to engineered despair. The survival of knowledge itself testifies to human determination. Despite Vault-Tec's information control, truth emerged. Despite destroyed archives, history was reconstructed. Despite efforts to hide corporate crimes, justice found expression through documentation and testimony. The same meticulous record-keeping that enabled experiments also preserved evidence of atrocity. Truth, like life, finds ways to persist through the most hostile environments. Communities emerging from vaults carry more than trauma. They bear hard-won wisdom about social organization, technological dependence, and human nature. Their experiences, processed across generations, create cultures simultaneously damaged and strengthened. They know intimately how societies fail, which paradoxically teaches them how to build more resilient structures. Their cynicism about authority protects against manipulation. Their experience with engineered scarcity promotes genuine cooperation. The transformation of Vault-Tec facilities from torture chambers to community resources represents humanity's capacity for redemption. Vaults designed to destroy now shelter traders and travelers. Experimental equipment repurposed saves lives instead of ending them. Archives meant to document suffering become libraries preserving knowledge. Each transformation declares victory over original intentions, proof that evil's works can be turned toward good by those with wisdom and will. Perhaps most importantly, the wasteland's awareness of Vault-Tec's evil serves as inoculation against repetition. Their story becomes teaching tool, their methods dissected to understand warning signs. Children learn about the company that promised safety while delivering suffering, gaining skepticism that protects against future deceptions. The mythology growing around Vault-Tec may distort historical details, but preserves essential truth. That power concentrated without conscience creates horrors beyond individual imagination. In the end, Vault-Tec failed in their ultimate goal. They sought to control humanity's future through selective preservation and experimental manipulation. Instead, they unleashed chaos that produced outcomes beyond any prediction. The wasteland's diversity, resilience, and stubborn refusal to follow prescribed patterns testifies to human nature's fundamental unpredictability. Life, as always, finds its own way. As our long journey through Vault-Tec's dark history comes to its gentle close, let your mind drift away from corporate horrors toward the quiet resilience of survivors. Picture the vast wasteland under starlight, its silence broken only by distant sounds of life continuing despite everything. Brahmin lowing in their pens, generators humming in settlements, guards walking their peaceful watches. Even in lands scarred by atomic fire and corporate cruelty, life persists with stubborn beauty. Think of the vaults now, not as torture chambers, but as monuments to human endurance. Within their concrete walls, generations were born, lived, loved, and died. Children played in narrow corridors, their laughter echoing through recycled air. Artists created beauty from salvaged materials. Lovers found each other despite experimental parameters designed to create conflict. Every small act of kindness, every moment of joy stolen from designed misery, stands as rebellion against those who would reduce humans to data points. Consider the quiet heroes whose names history forgot, the programmer who introduced errors that saved lives, the overseer who chose mercy over experimental protocol, the maintenance worker who kept life support running past designed failure. Their small acts of conscience, multiplied across dozens of vaults and decades of suffering, created cracks in Vault-Tec's perfect cruelty through which humanity could escape. They prove that even within systems of absolute evil, individual choice toward good remains possible. Let your thoughts settle on the communities that emerged from vaults to build new lives in the wasteland. See them not as damaged survivors, but as teachers carrying hard-won wisdom. Their towns and cities, built with salvaged vault technology, but guided by different values, demonstrate that tools of oppression can become instruments of liberation when wielded by free hands. Their children grow up knowing both the dangers of unchecked power and the strength found in community. Picture the old vault doors now, some sealed forever, others standing open like mouths finally able to breathe. Rust creeps across their massive gears. Plants grow through cracks in concrete, and time softens the harsh edges of corporate architecture. Nature reclaims what humanity abandoned, transforming monuments to control into ecosystems of renewal. The vaults return to Earth, their steel and concrete gradually becoming part of the landscape they once defied. As sleep approaches, let the rhythm of imagined vault life soothe your thoughts. The steady hum of air recyclers like mechanical breathing, the distant drip of condensation like a gentle clock, the soft whisper of ventilation systems like manufactured wind. These sounds, designed to mark imprisonment, can also bring peace when stripped of their terrible context. They become white noise of survival, proof that even in the darkest spaces, life-supporting systems continue their patient work. Dream tonight of the world that might emerge when all vaults finally open, their experiments concluded, their populations freed. Imagine the gathering of vault descendants, sharing their stories, not as horrors, but as history overcome. See them building monuments, not to Vault-Tec, but to those who survived, who maintained humanity despite every attempt to destroy it. Picture children playing in the shadows of vault doors, knowing them only as historical curiosities rather than sources of terror. Rest now in the knowledge that every evil, no matter how systematic, eventually fails before human resilience. Vault-Tec sought to be eternal, to shape humanity's future through corporate will. Instead, they became a cautionary tale whispered around wasteland campfires. Their corporate empire reduced to scattered ruins, explored by curious travelers. Their victims became survivors. Their experiments became lessons. Their legacy became warning rather than destiny. Let the weight of this history settle gently, like sediment in still water, clarifying rather than burdening. You've walked through corporate halls where evil was planned, descended into vaults where it was implemented, and emerged with survivors who transcended it. Now let it all fade into the peaceful darkness of sleep, knowing that tomorrow always offers chances for choice, for resistance, for small acts of kindness that accumulate into transformation. Sleep comes now, like a vault door closing, but gently, reversibly, without locks or experimental protocols. Rest in your own shelter, free from corporate control, breathing air that belongs to no company, dreaming dreams that no executive can monetize. You are free in ways vault dwellers could only imagine, yet you carry their story as reminder and protection. Close your eyes and drift into darkness deeper than any vault, more peaceful than any shelter, safer than any corporate promise. Let Vault-Tec fade into history where it belongs. Their ambitions dust, their experiments concluded, their power broken. What remains is sleep and dreams, and the eternal human capacity to wake tomorrow and choose differently. Rest well, wanderer. Rest well and dream of doors that open. And so, dear listener, our chronicle of Vault-Tec comes to its final close. We've journeyed together through decades of corporate ambition and centuries of human consequence, from Theodore Sinclair's humble construction company to the Shadowboard's empire of experimentation. We've descended into vaults designed as homes that became hells, witnessed experiments that transformed shelters into laboratories, and emerged with survivors whose endurance transcends their suffering. The story of Vault-Tec is complete, but its echoes continue rippling through the wasteland, like drops in an irradiated pond. Every vault door that opens releases new chapters. Every discovered facility reveals fresh horrors and unexpected hopes. Every generation born in the wastes must grapple with the legacy of a corporation that promised tomorrow while stealing today. Their story has become humanity's story, inseparable from the atomic ashes from which new civilizations rise. Perhaps in your dreams tonight, you'll wander those empty vault corridors, their experimental purposes fulfilled or failed, their populations dispersed to whatever destinies await. Perhaps you'll hear the echo of footsteps in abandoned sections, the ghost whispers of corporate meetings where suffering was scheduled, the distant hum of still functioning reactors maintaining empty spaces. Or perhaps you'll dream of the world above, where vault doors stand open to sky and possibilities that no executive could have predicted or controlled. Thank you for joining me on this journey through one of history's darkest chapters. Thank you for bearing witness to corporate evil and human resilience, to systematic cruelty and stubborn survival. May the knowledge we've shared settle gently in your mind, its lessons preserved without its horrors disturbing your peace. May you wake refreshed, grateful for freedoms that vault dwellers could only imagine, mindful of how easily safety becomes slavery when fear overwhelms wisdom. The vaults sleep now in their mountains and valleys, their experiments ended, their purposes fulfilled or forgotten. Let them rest, these concrete wombs that birthed a new world through agonies their creators couldn't imagine surviving. Let the wasteland heal around them, life flowing back into spaces designed for death, hope growing where despair was engineered to flourish. And let yourself sleep now too, free from vault walls and corporate designs, your dreams your own, your tomorrow unchosen by any algorithm or protocol. Rest in the knowledge that every evil contains the seeds of its own ending, that every attempt to control humanity ultimately fails before the magnificent chaos of human choice. Vault-Tec is finished. Their last echo fades into history's silence. What remains is sleep and peace, and the eternal possibility of waking to create rather than destroy, to shelter rather than trap, to preserve rather than pervert. Dream well, wanderer. Dream of doors that open, of experiments that end, of corporations that crumble while communities endure. Dream of the morning that always comes, no matter how long the night. Good night, and may your sleep be deeper than any vault, more peaceful than any shelter, and filled with dreams that no corporation can copyright, control, or contain. The story is over. The vaults are quiet. All is well. Sleep now, sleep and be free.